Okay, it's 11:01. Would like to call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Board of Trustees for the University of Maine System's May 21, 2021 meeting. And we are going to begin our session with a roll call. So I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Certainly. Good morning. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane. Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Do-
Yes. Here.
Thank you. Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly. Trustee Eames.
Here.
Trustee Irwin.
Here.
Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee Cates.
Here.
Trustee Martin.
Here.
Trustee McMahon.
Here.
Trustee Mishu.
Present.
Trustee Riley.
Here.
Trustee Rotundo.
Here.
We're all set, Chair.
Thank you. Couple of housekeeping matters before we get to citizen comment. First off is a reading I have to make in connection with the use of technology for these meetings. Governor Mills has issued a special directive allowing the University of Maine System Board of Trustees to meet via technology during the COVID-19 pandemic, as long as roll call votes are taken for each action item. Trustees participating by technology will be counted towards a quorum. To confirm trustee attendance and to ensure the trustees are able to clearly hear and understand the proceedings and each other, the board will take the roll call, which she has already done. For the members of the Board of Trustees, I assume everyone could be heard. And I just would like to note that we don't know what kind of authorizations will be in place in the future for conducting our meetings like this when the pandemic is fully behind us and the governor's orders are no longer the emergency orders no longer have effect. But I think it would be fair to say that all of us are looking forward to getting back to in-person meetings. And so that doesn't mean they'll all be done that way, but certainly the majority will. And that means getting back to our campuses, which we have very much missed being at over the last 15 months. So I just want members of the public and everyone on our campuses who is watching today to understand that the board is very anxious to get back out into the world that you inhabit. And so we look forward to that coming very, very soon. One other item I'll mention is this: the meeting is being streamed to YouTube. And so with closed captioning available, and to assist the captionist, please remember to mute your Zoom connection unless you are speaking. And then with that, I'm going to go to our first item on the agenda, which is citizen comment. I will remind speakers that personnel decisions, collective bargaining issues, grievances, litigation, and other areas excludable from public discussion under the Maine Freedom of Access Law shall not constitute appropriate matters for citizen comment. Individuals are asked to sign up and will be invited to speak for up to 3 minutes in the order in which they appear on the sign-up sheet. That obviously has been done electronically, but we do have a list and we will begin that momentarily. So with that, I will we'll begin with our first speaker, who was Ryan O'Leary, who was speaking about fossil fuel divestment. Good morning, Ryan.
Ryan O'Leary, are you on the phone with us?
Heather, do we have any reason to think we don't have a good connection?
I don't believe so. Ellen's got the connection, so.
Okay, well, let's go to our next speaker. Maybe Ryan will be able to join us at some point. Next is Charlie Cooper, also speaking about fossil fuel divestment. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Charles Cooper, and I've just completed my freshman year at UMO. I'm going to be laying out why fossil fuel divestment is in the best financial interest of the university and its stakeholders to adapt to a changing economy. I have sources for every statistic I cite, so if any of the trustees have questions, please feel free to reach out to me at charles.cooper@maine.edu. Divested portfolios have been demonstrated to outperform traditional portfolios. The MSCI AWCI index, excluding fossil fuels, produced net returns of 6.5%, which is 60% more than the 4.1% returns of the traditional AWCI index. In February of 2021, Forbes published the case for fossil fuel divestment, stating, quote, "The once mighty energy sector is now the smallest sector in the S&P 500. Since its inception in 2012, the S&P 500's fossil fuel-free total return index has consistently outperformed the S&P 500 overall," end quote. It is the board's responsibility to optimize the performance of our endowment's investments to maintain a 7.25 average nominal return rate over the long term, and sustainable investing is a strategy to accomplish this. The transition to a sustainable energy-based economy is inevitable. In fact, it's happening as we speak. Solar prices have dropped 75% in the last 5 years. Due to these cost decreases, a Harvard publication predicted 700% growth in solar production by 2050 in the United States alone. Even the transportation sector, which in 2015 sourced 92% of primary energy consumption from petroleum, is making the transition. Currently, every major car manufacturer has plans for an electric vehicle model or a transition to exclusively EV production. The University of California system divested from fossil fuels entirely in May of 2020 on financial grounds, citing a responsibility to optimize long-term gains by investing in accelerating renewable markets and purging their endowment of, quote, "unacceptable financial risk due to geopolitical tensions and likely a bumpy, slow global financial recovery in a post-pandemic world," end quote. Why is the board willing to run this risk with our endowment here in Maine? The university has a golden opportunity to financially shield itself from casualties of the changing economy while asserting itself as a leader in the transition away from a carbon-dependent world. We have a choice, and the eyes of history are upon us. One is to divest now and cement Maine's place as a leader in climate justice. The other is to wait for a tipping point in market trends and be known as nothing more than a follower. So I respectfully pose the question to each and every trustee: which would you choose? Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Our next speaker is Margaret Killinger on fossil fuel divestment. Good morning, Margaret.
Good morning.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you not hear us?
Margaret, are you still on the line? We'll probably have to come back to Margaret as well.
Okay. Then we'll move on and our next.
I just joined. If you would want me to speak now or at the end.
I'm sorry. Is this Ryan?
Yes.
Yes. Why don't you go ahead, Ryan? Happy to have you now.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ryan O'Leary. I'm 19 years old, and I'm recently a sophomore at the University of Maine, Orono. In the last decade, the fossil fuel divestment movement has emerged as a key component of an international grassroots mobilization for climate justice. According to divestment organization DivestEd, dozens of higher institutions across the country have already partially or fully divested from the Carbon Underground 200 list, which is the 200 largest publicly traded fossil fuel companies with the largest carbon reserves, including coal, oil, and gas, as listed in the Carbon Tracker 200. Some of these institutions include the University of Oregon, all 10 campuses of the University of California system, American University, University of Vermont, Cornell, and in our home state of Maine, the College of the Atlantic, Unity College, among many more nationwide. We are testifying today because we know that climate change is not an abstract future threat to humanity. The impacts are here and are going to get much worse. The severity and frequency of extreme weather events are a product of humans burning fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. If we want to do anything to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change, we need sweeping legislation, bold restrictions on fossil fuel companies, and an active fight against their influence on democracy. We need all of you to open the conversation and seriously entertain the option of following in the footsteps of other institutions and universities before us. We are willing to work with you as soon as you're able. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Do we have Margaret Killinger there? She made it back yet?
Well, good morning. Yes. Can you hear my voice now?
Yes, very well. Go ahead, please.
Oh, good. I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Good morning. I'm Mimi Killinger. I'm a professor in the Honors College at the University of Maine in Orono, and I'm here to support efforts by these remarkable students to inspire the board to move towards fossil fuel divestment. I was part of the 2014 honors team that brought a brilliant climate activist, Bill McKibben, to our campus to talk about his book, Earth, spelled E-A-A-R-T-H. And Bill McKibben spells his title this way because he makes a convincing argument in his text that the Earth on which we now live is not the Earth, E-A-R-T-H, on which he was born. And I commend to you McKibben's book, in which he calls for divestment from fossil fuels as an intelligent, effective pathway towards addressing climate change. I found myself persuaded by McKibben's argument and also awed by the positive student response, in particular the 2015-16 work of student Nash Allen Rahill, whom some of you may recall worked with Divest Maine, and his efforts led to the Board of Trustees' support for partial divestment from the coal industry in 2015. Sadly, Nash was wooed away by Cornell University, but I once again found myself this fall surrounded by some of our best and brightest UMaine students who were continuing Nash's divestment work. The students whom you'll hear from today are mostly first-year students who took on the challenge of this COVID year with astonishing energy and wisdom. I attended their spirited, peaceful, socially distant divestment rally for which they prepared meticulously, inviting important speakers, writing their own speeches, and even poetry. These students are exactly whom we at the University of Maine want to recruit, to retain, and to celebrate. And I believe that the Board of Trustees standing in solidarity with these students would help foster just the sort of engaged, responsible, and progressive community the University of Maine at its very best can be. Thank you for listening and hearing their calls for change on behalf of our campus and our Earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Belu Katz, also speaking about fossil fuel divestment.
Hello, I'm Belu Katz, and I'm going into my second year at UMaine Orono. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to make a case for fossil fuel divestment. As a student of ecology and environmental science, I am taught that our human actions impact the environment on every level. If you look outside, you'll clearly see that there is a whole world out there that works together to keep the system alive. As humans, we have managed to appear temporarily detached from that natural system. But it's not because we are more intelligent or more important than those other life forms. It is simply because we have stopped paying attention. We are still very much a part of the ecosystems, relying 100% on our natural environment, like using fossil fuels, for example. We are only emotionally detached. The difference is that people don't care how their actions affect the system anymore. If we keep doing what we're doing, one day soon we are going to dry out all our natural resources and slowly burn everything to the ground. My fellow peers and I are taking it upon ourselves to bring this issue to you because we recognize our responsibility to speak up for the animals and plants that cannot do so for themselves. As members of the Board of Trustees, you have a moral responsibility to UMaine students to ensure us a safe future and world to live in. You are supposed to be working on our behalf. The UMaine mission statement says, quote, through integrated teaching, research, and outreach, the University of Maine improves the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world and promotes responsible stewardship of human, natural, and financial resources, end quote. By actively choosing not to divest from fossil fuels, you are doing exactly the opposite. Burning fossil fuels is causing a decline in quality of life everywhere. Not only does it cause pollution in the air and waters, but it is also harming our economy in the long run. Investing in this industry is an extremely irresponsible use of human, natural, and financial resources. It is undeniably unsustainable. Putting short-term money ahead of environmental protection is undeniably immoral. Stop ignoring the facts. Fact is that burning fossil fuels is responsible for about 80% of greenhouse gas emissions, which is the major contributor to climate change. Human-caused climate change is happening. We cannot just overlook the damage we are actively causing on the Earth. This is our only home, and we are sharing it with thousands of other life forms. It is time for the adults to grow up and take responsibility. It is your mess. It is your problem. I would like to point out as well, as I did at the last meeting, that as of February 2007, UMaine is a signatory of the Climate Leadership Commitment, which includes the carbon commitment. According to the UMaine Office of Sustainability, by signing the carbon commitment, UMaine agreed to develop a climate action plan to achieve carbon neutrality as soon as possible. Investing over $10 million in the industry, which is the #1 contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, is inherently going against this carbon commitment, and I am baffled that this inconsistency has gone overlooked for 14 years now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Christian Getchy, also fossil fuel divestment.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Christian Geesey. I'm a PhD student at the University of Maine. I'd like to take this opportunity to provide some context on all of these citizen comments and on fossil fuel divestment, particularly to any newer members of the Board of Trustees who may not have been around for the past few years. Different student groups have been attempting to persuade the Board of Trustees to divest from fossil fuels for quite some time now. And in 2016, after a few years of pressure, they got the board to adopt an ESG investment policy for the MIP, one of the 3 investment portfolios, meaning that every year the MIP was scored based on factors relating to environmental responsibility, social responsibility, and the integrity of the corporate governance. And that portfolio is managed with the consideration of those factors. This was compromised with the environmental student groups. Since the adoption of this policy, 4, soon to be 5, annual ESG reports have been published, which allows us to see the impact and the effectiveness of this policy. With respect to environmental factors, the results of this policy have been unimpressive. Neither the aggregated environmental scores nor the carbon emission scores show any convincing trend in improvement relative to the benchmark. By other metrics of quantification, the fraction of the MIP exposed to fossil fuels has been reduced, but not nearly as quickly as one might expect from an actual divestment policy. Unfortunately, we are not the ones who can set the timetable here. Climate change has its own timetable that it operates on, and we're in serious trouble if we can't meet that. Furthermore, this policy applies only to the MIP, leaving the money in the other major portfolio, the operating fund, untouched. I hope that provides some context as to why Divest UMS is feeling increasingly emboldened to act on this and why we're speaking here today. We have a responsibility to build a sustainable future, and the 2016 ESG policy, while it is better than nothing, is simply not enough. We know that complete fossil fuel divestment is possible because dozens of other educational institutions in the United States have already implemented it. We, students of Divest UMS, have already drafted a plan to achieve complete fossil fuel divestment by phasing out and reinvesting the more liquid assets over a period of 5 years
and phasing out the less liquid exposed assets, of which there are a few, over a period of 10 or 15 years. We developed this plan in consultation with financial planners at the Intentional Endowments Network, so we're pretty convinced that these asks are reasonable and achievable. The time was that University of Maine was at the forefront of responsible investment, being one of the first institutions in the country to divest from South Africa in condemnation of apartheid. At the end of the day, we're students who are worried about our futures. These aren't abstract hippieisms that I'm concerned with here. We're worried about things like freshwater shortages, the destruction of coastal infrastructure, worsening epidemics, the destruction of farmable land, and intensifying natural disasters. We're trying to build a safer, more sustainable future, and we hope that the Board of Trustees has the ambition and the sense of righteousness to join us. Thank you. My statement ends here.
Thank you very much. Next is Jordan Miller, also speaking on fossil fuel divestment.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I would just like to start off by thanking the board for the ability to speak here today. My name is Jordan Miller, and I just finished up my first year at the University of Maine at Orono. I am also a lifelong Mainer who grew up deeply connected to our state and its environment. I was not aware of the university's investment in fossil fuels when I decided to stay in Maine and attend school here. And when I learned about the investment in fossil fuels that the university has, I was extremely shocked, upset, and angered. The university's mission statement states, quote, "Through integrated teaching, research, and outreach, the University of Maine improves the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world, and promotes responsible stewardship of human, natural, and financial resources," end quote. In order to meet this mission, to improve the quality of life for people in Maine and around the world, divestment from fossil fuels is absolutely necessary. The investment the university has in the fossil fuel industry certainly does not promote the responsible stewardship of resources. From the droughts in the county to the rapid warming of the Gulf of Maine, fossil fuels are directly contributing to climate change, and the university's investment is playing a large role in this. I am tired of seeing climate change negatively impact this beautiful state, a state in which I grew up in and I love. My peers and I are showing up and doing our best to lower our impact on climate change, but why isn't the university where we choose to continue our education doing the same? For the state of Maine to grow and thrive, we need fossil fuel divestment. For there to be a sustainable future for the young people in the state of Maine, we need fossil fuel divestment. There is an opportunity in front of you all right now to be a role model in this fight against climate change, and we students are here and ready to work with you to achieve this. The choice is ultimately yours, but please hear us students out. Divestment from fossil fuels is the best way to uplift and ensure a livable future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. We have one more speaker this morning, Lydia Savage, speaking on finances.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay, great. Good morning, Chair Irwin and trustees. My name is Lydia Savage, and I'm a professor and chair of geography anthropology at USM. I'm actually celebrating my 25th year of service. I am pleased to see the system and BOT has postponed voting on a tuition increase for our students until you see the allocation from the state. I would like to encourage the trustees to not increase tuition and also not to invest our public monies in a temporary move downtown to the old port for the law school. We have been told that the new building for the Graduate and Professional Center is necessary to facilitate connections between the law school, the business school, the Muskie School, where I'm a faculty member, and Cutler Research Programs. Moving downtown seems to belie that argument and goal. With almost 30,000 students in the system, UMS is proposing to spend nearly $1 million a year to move a school that is about 300 students into rented space temporarily until the new planned building is constructed. The costs being discussed also include another $2 million in improvements that will be needed to the CIE building to make it suitable for law school, and I have no doubt more costs will be incurred. Moving alone is expensive, and I can't even begin to imagine parking. I am astonished that the system thinks funding a temporary move until the new building is ready is a good use of my taxpayer funds and student tuition. The law school building is indeed unattractive to many, and it is in need of updating, but so are many buildings on our campuses that serve far more students. In a news article, the law school dean said it was a 4-hour conversation to list what is wrong with the building. I invite anyone to walk through Bailey Hall in Gorham or Luther Bonney in Portland, or pick another building on another campus for a day with faculty and staff. Buildings that serve thousands of students that have original windows, mysterious leaks, inadequate heating systems, and no air conditioning at all. I'm in Bailey Hall, and we will finally get a sprinkler system on the 3rd floor where my office is after we got asbestos abatement last summer. I have no promise of a new building. The building is not attractive, the law school, and it has been poorly maintained, but it is livable and soon to be replaced. Why spend this money to be in the fashionable high-rent downtown when we could be investing in faculty and students? UMS and BOT seem otherwise to be very concerned about finding efficiencies and saving money, so I don't understand how we can afford this. As a department chair attempting to hire a part-time faculty member to teach a required introductory anthropology course, I have had to provide the projected enrollment for the courses, the tuition generated, the cost of the part-time faculty member, along with the written justification. And USM administration has to get the VCAA to approve it at the system level, despite programs and advising clamoring for me to schedule more sections. How is it that a part-time faculty member paid peanuts gets such a level of scrutiny, but the system can afford to rent this new space, and notably in the Old Port and not Westbrook or Scarborough? I think this is a tone-deaf and wasteful action. Last year, UMS created chaos with retiree health insurance to save money. If there is this kind of surplus cash, reduce the tuition for the law school students or award more scholarships, and that will no doubt recruit more students. As a taxpayer, I am appalled at the proposal. It is a huge transfer of public monies from public coffers to CIEE coffers for a temporary move when it could be better spent elsewhere. And I think it should be spent on students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Savage. It concludes the people who have signed up for citizen comment. I want to make one quick observation with respect to the comments on divestment, for those, if you are interested, there will be a discussion later in the agenda today regarding the ES&G investment approach. So I would encourage you to watch that this afternoon on this issue of fossil fuel divestment. Next, I'm going to turn to the next item on the agenda, which is the chair's report. And let me begin, as I have begun just about every meeting in the last year, which is to congratulate the chancellor, president, system leadership, faculty, and students and staff on every campus for the successful completion of a full academic year under the shadow of the pandemic. I'm sure I speak for the entire board when I say that we all are very, very grateful and also very, very impressed with the extraordinary efforts that you have all rendered to contribute to the success of our students in staying the course and keeping them on track with their education under very difficult circumstances. So thank you. I hope this is the last time we need to feel the need to say this, because we won't be having to deal with it by the time we get to the fall, but knock on wood for that. But in any event, it's just this is to be able to do this and sustain it for as long as you have done is remarkable. I know there are a lot of people that deserve thanks, and it wouldn't be fair to single any out, and I won't. And maybe the chancellor will speak of this in his comments. But the board remains astonished by what you've done. So thank you all very much. Next, I want to just take a minute to talk about the fiscal 2022 budget. As I think people know who've seen the reports about this, we've decided to delay briefly final consideration of our budget. Normally, it's adopted finally and approved by the board at the May meeting every year. And I just want to note that despite the continuing challenges from the pandemic, our Vice Chancellor Lowe and his colleagues in the system office and at each of our campuses did heroic work to present us with a budget in the ordinary budget cycle. And that budget assumed flat funding by the legislature for fiscal year 22, because that's what happened when the legislature passed its base budget in March. So that budget, our budget, out of necessity, included a COLA level increase in tuition. However, after that work was completed and initially reviewed and approved at the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee on May 5th, we learned that the governor had proposed in her supplemental budget increases of 3% in our annual legislative appropriation in each of the next 2 fiscal years. So we decided to take a step back and see if we could redo the budget without the tuition increase. Doing that is taking more time than we had until today's meeting. And so when that work is completed in the days ahead, we will discuss it at a special Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee meeting within the first part of June, and then bring back a revised budget to the full board before the end of June, in time for our beginning of our next fiscal year on July 1. I want to thank, on behalf of the board, the governor for her support of the University of Maine system with this additional appropriation proposal, and to urge the legislature to approve it so that we can continue our remarkable trend of reducing the cost of the University of Maine system education as a percent of Maine per capita income, a trend that began in 2013 when the board instituted the first of 6 years of flat in-state tuition. From 2013 to 2019, the last year for which data are available, that percentage had dropped from 18% to 15%. And I can't leave that topic without noting that over time, the university system has seen a significant erosion in its revenues when adjusted for inflation. At the same time, we've increased financial aid and made more of it grants instead of loans. And we have mostly absorbed this revenue decline by spending reserves and continuing to defer maintenance on our physical plant. We are well past the point in time when we can continue to do either of those things. But for now, the idea that we can hold tuition flat on the heels of the pandemic and the devastating impact that it has had on Maine families is a very positive thing. Those are real dollars that Maine families can put to good use somewhere else. So we are going to take a very serious look at this, and I'm optimistic that we will be able to, if we get this action from the legislature, we will be able to not increase in-state tuition this year. And just very briefly, before we move on to the next item, I would encourage board members and system leadership, if you have any comments about this, to go ahead and speak up.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I'll just add on that we very much appreciate the support of the governor and hopefully the legislature coming up with the additional funds, and echo again, having worked very closely with Vice Chancellor Lowe and his team. They've put a lot of work into doing a fiscally responsible budget going forward that addresses a lot of our current and future needs. Allows the university to grow and invest in providing the right technology, the right facilities, and the right faculty and staff to provide a rich environment for the education of our students. And I know they're working hard even as we are today, and look forward to discussing that budget in early June.
Thank you, Trustee Donnelly. Other board members or system leaders? Chancellor, if you have anything to add, maybe you want to wait till your comments.
I'll build them into my comments if that's all right, Jim.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. All right, seeing no other comments, I'd like to move on to our next item, which is the election of new officers. That's tab 5. And for that, I will turn it over to Trustee Eames, who will deliver the report of the Trustee Nominating Committee.
Thank you, Chair Irwin, and good morning, everyone. I want to begin by thanking the members of the committee, the nominating committee. That would be Trustee McMahon, Trustee Kane, and Trustee Mishu. You all may recall that at our last meeting, I asked for people to let me know if they were interested in serving in a leadership role on the board. I am happy to report that 3 people expressed interest. Ultimately, one person decided to defer, and I want to express my appreciation to everyone who was interested. The search committee met 2 times, and we submit for your consideration Mark Gardner as the chair of the board for a year, and Jim Donnelly as vice chair for a year. They are 1-year terms. So that's the report. I also want to take this occasion, if I might, to thank Chair Jim Irwin for his leadership of the board over the past 4 years, and of course to Vice Chair Mark Gardner, who has served, I think it's for the past 2 years in this position. So that, Chair Irwin, is our report.
Thank you very much, Trustee Eames. So I will ask for a motion to place the following resolution before the board, which is that the Board of Trustees approves the Board of Trustees slate of officers for 2021-2022 as presented.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll.
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane, Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes, excuse me.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you, and thanks to the nominating committee. Thanks to Trustee Gardner and Trustee Donnelly for taking on their new roles. And congratulations, I think. So the board is in good hands. I think you will continue to make good progress, and very pleased to see us move forward in this fashion. So our next item is tab 4, reappointment of the chancellor. And let me begin by saying that the university system has benefited tremendously from Chancellor Malloy's leadership. And so I'm going to be asking you to authorize the Chancellor Review Team to work out an extension with him that will keep him here for as long as we can get him to commit. Right now, Chancellor Malloy is working under a 3-year contract, which began on July 1 of 2019, and that runs until June 30 of 2022. It's the board's standard practice to address the status of the chancellor's contract a year before it reaches the end of its term, and that's why this item is on the agenda at this meeting. We are currently in the midst of the annual review process with Chancellor Malloy, which will conclude during the month of June. And so we will need to follow that process and complete the review before we start dealing with the specifics of a contract extension. But the timing is right, and it's not premature for the board to take action authorizing board leadership to negotiate an agreement with the chancellor on the terms of an extension of his contract. And so I'm asking for the board to approve the following resolution, for which I will seek a motion, and then we open it up for discussion. That the Board of Trustees authorizes the Chancellor Review Team to negotiate an extension of the Chancellor's employment contract with the University of Maine system. Could I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Donnelly,
Second.
Second.
seconded by Trustee Gardner. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane, Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Ames,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Right, thank you very much. And now that concludes my remarks, and I will turn it over to Chancellor Malloy.
Thank you. Actually, thank you for the opportunity to have worked for you the last 2 years as Chancellor, and thank you for the action that was just taken. Certainly look forward to the review process. I want to begin my comments by thanking Jim Irwin. As I mentioned, I'm about to close my second full year on the job. I am very grateful to have had the opportunity to work with Jim Irwin in his capacity as chair of the board. He has always been there with respect to taking calls, giving advice, working with the system and with the leadership team of the system, as well as each of its presidents. And I very, very much appreciate his tutelage over the last 2 years. And share whatever success we have had with the leadership of the chair. It has been a great period of time to work with him, and it has made my job ever so more rewarding in the months that we've worked together. He'll be on the board, and we'll have a great chair as well. But I didn't want to begin my remarks without commenting on this great relationship that has existed between chair and chancellor over the last 2 years. With that, I would like to touch on a number of items and have a limited time to do so, so I will move quickly. With respect to the pandemic, as mentioned by Chair Irwin, we are at a new day. So as we convene today for this robust agenda before the trustees, I wanted to make note of the substantial pandemic-related changes occurring today as we meet. Effective today, the University of Maine system is ending 6-foot physical distancing, is lifting all pandemic group size limits, is ending space capacity limits, has lifted the outdoor face covering requirement, and effective July 1 is lifting all university-specific and pandemic-specific domestic travel constraints. We're making these changes in concert with recent updates from federal public health authorities and from Maine civil authorities tailored to our circumstances as we have done. It's important to note that even with this palpable sense of wanting to return to normal and the great optimism it inspires for all of us for the fall, we are still in the pandemic and not all public health protocols are going away. Notably, the system is continuing to require for now that face coverings be worn indoors, regardless of a person's vaccination status, and any individual may wear a face covering in all circumstances, including outdoors, if that's the individual preference. We will continue to conduct asymptomatic testing for our in-person population, but with an exception available for those who are fully vaccinated. And the individual universities are authorized to adopt other provisions, including group limits and physical distancing, if local or particular circumstances warrant that for some reason at that university. It is a noteworthy day. I want to point out I'm extremely grateful to Chip Gavin and the leadership that he has lent our overall effort. This is an effort that has involved hundreds of individuals working for the system and participating within the system. That means our staff, our faculty, and I also want to thank our students who did an extraordinary job in keeping their fellow students as safe as they might. I truly believe that our production during this period of time, our protection of our students, our testing is second to none in the country, in the success that we have shared with faculty, with students, and with the broader communities who we saw at the very outset of this pandemic was our obligation to protect, that the university, its faculty, its staff, and its students would not be responsible for making others sick in the broader communities in which we inhabit. And I'm very proud to say that we have done an extraordinary job. But because of Chip's leadership and the leadership of the presidents and quite frankly, those very large teams who were delivering meals, who were passing out masks, who were putting markers in, to remind students and staff to remain safe, this has been an extraordinary coming together of individuals at this institution, at this system, and I am extremely grateful. Now, there are other challenges. No vaccine yet for children under the age of 12, for instance, and quite frankly, reticence in certain communities in our nation and even in our state to become vaccinated. We will work through the summer to overcome those challenges that currently face us. But we need to take a moment and acknowledge the success that we've had. Even as the system has in this period of time, we've completed nearly 173,000 COVID tests. And in the last week or so, with 1,500 tests completed, we had only one positive result in that testing. Truly extraordinary work. And we look forward to a normal or relatively normal opening come the fall semester. Some other things I do want to touch upon. We will spend some time talking about physical plant today, and I suspect we will spend time talking about physical plant issues going well into the future, including every single meeting that we have together. The reality of our physical plant is it has been underinvested in for the better part of 20 years, or if not more. The idea that over 53% of our buildings have an effective age of 50 years or more is not a point of pride. The average on a national basis is 18%. In the next next 3 or so years, our average will actually exceed 60% of our facilities being largely untouched in 50 years or more. We are putting a lot of emphasis into this, and it's reflected even in the budgets, which you will see, I believe, later in June. Where we are dedicating more dollars at each of our campuses to the maintenance of the physical infrastructure. And when those dollars for any reason cannot be spent in a given year, will be carried forward to be spent in the following year. It is time that we address this. We are also looking to develop a full system-wide presentation with respect to the needs of our physical infrastructure and begin the opportunity before the end of the year to have a list of main concerns with respect to those buildings and to identify a reasonable way to measure our success going forward and our expenditures to be predicted. This is an undertaking that is long overdue, and we will fulfill that promise to all of you. I also want to then turn to something that's very good news, and that is that we have had an extraordinary a set of graduations, graduating more students than we have in a fairly long period of time. And we're looking forward at a fall beginning with matriculation numbers now far exceeding our expectation, particularly during a period of a pandemic. We have closed the gap that existed in January of 17% decline in people applying to our universities to bring that current with the normal year-to-year trend. Our matriculations are substantially stronger than we might have predicted and stronger than most of our universities have seen in a number of years. It's a long way between now and August, but so far, some of the good things that we've done, telling students what their financial packages would look like much earlier in the process with respect to their needs, with respect to paying tuition and room and board, has been a massive success. The cooperation between each of our universities on this process has also been a great success. We are learning about ourselves that we can make change relatively quickly in a positive way, even in a difficult pandemic that has challenged our resources in other ways. I also want to let you know that all of the University of Maine senior leadership wants to thank all of you for, quite frankly, the difficult circumstances that you have responded in this pandemic. Not being able to have in-person meetings, not having the opportunity to converse as we might normally do over a 2-day period of time, we know has been a strain, and we want to thank each of you for taking our calls, talking about issues, and giving us direction that I believe we've done a good job in following. And with that, Chair, I'd send it back to you. Whichever chair I'm sending it back to.
Thank you, Chancellor. No, you're not done with me yet. So thank you, Chancellor. And we'll move right forward now to the Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs report, Vice Chancellor Placido.
Thank you, sir. I also want to echo the Chancellor's thanks to everyone. Amazing job. I'm proud to be your colleague. I hope that history judges our collective actions positively and proudly, at least as proudly as I am. I have 2 items for you today. The first item on our agenda is the Inspirational Faculty Spotlight. And then I'll move right into our annual presentations for programs for examination, where John Volin from the University of Maine and Dr. Volin and Dr. Qualls from the University of Maine at Machias will provide their reports. The remaining universities will present their PFE reports in July. And then as we kick this off with Vice Chancellor and President Farini Mundy, would you like to introduce the Faculty Spotlight honored guest?
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Placido. It is a delight and a pleasure to introduce you this morning to Dr. Ann Kelly Knowles, who is the University of Maine McBride Professor of History. You're going to learn about her fascinating work. She is a historical geographer and is known for many, many successful academic ventures, including serving as co-founder of the Holocaust Geographies Collaborative, an initiative that uses the work of historical geography to map and examine the spaces and places of the Holocaust, a multi-institutional collaboration. Fascinating work. Her background is stellar. Dr. Knowles has a variety of important fellowships and awards on her resume that you can find online, including a Guggenheim Fellowship, an Association of American Geographers Award, an NSF Collaborative Research Grant, and many more. She studied English and American literature as an undergraduate. She will tell you about her work today, but one of the many fascinating things on her resume is that she, her first teaching position was in the Institute of Earth Studies at the University of Wales, Aberystwyth, where she
Well done.
Was it close? She taught
very good.
She taught in Welsh, but the talk will probably be in English. In any case, it's a delight to introduce you to Professor Knowles.
Thank you so much. It is a real delight and an honor to be able to talk with you folks about my research. Just a couple things to check quickly first. Conscious of your precious time, I've been told I have about 15 minutes. Is that right?
With questions, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay. And will I be able to share my screen?
Yes, you should.
Okay, super. Just before I start sharing, a tiny bit more background. I have been particularly active in defining and promoting the interdisciplinary field of historical GIS, which applies all kinds of GIS methods to all kinds of historical questions. That field has now become internationally popular and vigorous, with participants from the humanities, the social sciences, environmental sciences, computer science, and more. It's been really exciting to see it grow over the last 20 years. The other thing to know about me is that before I came to the University of Maine in 2015, I taught for 13 years at Middlebury College, one of the country's leading liberal arts colleges. And there I developed a model of teaching that directly involved undergraduates in my research. And that was so much fun and so productive that I've brought it here to the University of Maine. So I just love being a mentor of students. This year in the Holocaust Ghettos Project, which I'll be talking most about, we had a peak of 12 students involved as paid research assistants, 3 graduate students, 9 undergraduates. I also mentor an international group of students in Holocaust studies and other fields of history to help support their learning GIS and other modes of digital scholarship. My virtual graduate seminar has enrolled up to 30 students from 11 countries. This is one way that my work is bringing the University of Maine to a global audience. So I'd like to share some highlights from our work over the last couple of years in the Holocaust Ghettos Project. Now, I am very aware that the Holocaust is not everyone's favorite subject. I always want to couch a presentation to an audience with that awareness, but I'm not going to be talking about the Holocaust so much today as what my students have been able to do with it. I'm beginning with this slide, which was in the handout, because everything I'm going to talk about today involved one or more, and often many, of these wonderful students. It's very much our work. I would like to start with sort of the background infrastructure that we've been building. This project is funded by the National Endowment for the Humanities, as well as UMaine and other institutions. We are building digital infrastructure for bringing a whole new way of doing historical scholarship to Holocaust studies and related fields. This opening slide is an introduction to an animation that I would like to show you. One of the main goals of my project is to show how complex the Holocaust was, to really to open up popular conceptions that associate the Holocaust with a few famous places like Auschwitz or the Ghetto of Warsaw, to help people realize that in fact the Holocaust affected almost all of Europe, much of the Soviet Union at the time. On this map, the blue dots are the locations of over 1,100 concentration and labor camps managed by the infamous SS. And in brown are dots that show the locations of ghettos in German-occupied Eastern Europe. So I would like to risk, I hope this will work, running my video. Can everyone see the opening slide of the video? Yes? Yes. Okay, so this runs month by month. This is data that was collected by students from authoritative historical sources. Almost all historical data sets for GIS analysis have to be built from scratch. So it takes years to build these data sets. So what we're seeing here is the very slow initial pace of the establishment of fairly small camps. But then by 1935-36, Heinrich Himmler the right-hand man for Adolf Hitler, gets the idea of building very large concentration camps, first to hold political opponents, and then to begin collecting people off the streets and just generally control Germany. So the first camps are all within the boundaries of the Reich. By 1938, we have the annexation of Austria, so Mauthausen is established. And then in 1939, you'll see September coming now, the invasion of Poland. Almost immediately, the Germans established ghettos in Poland, beginning with Warsaw and Łódź. Even there, though, they are still working things out. It's a kind of improvisation that they're going through, institutionally, militarily, then the enormous swift invasion of the Soviet Union, and by then they figured out that ghettos are the way to concentrate Jews, control them in space, and very rapid killing. Now we have the black dots indicating what the infamous death camps like Treblinka and Auschwitz II, Birkenau. As this animation continues to run, there's one final phase to note, which is now the SS labor camp system explodes because Germany has run out of male labor for their factories and arms manufacturing. These two systems are very closely connected, camps and ghettos. And yet ours is the first project to bring them together in space and time. And that bringing together of these enormous detailed systems is possible because of GIS. The next project, or part of the project I'd like to show, is the work of one of our wonderful undergraduate students, Jeremy Braun, who is an earth scientist, who happened to take one of my history classes, liked mapping, and became our leading geovisualizer in the Ghettos Project. Here, Jeremy has taken data that we collected about the dates and duration of German occupation, which are the little red lines, and then when ghettos were established and how long they persisted in blue. And these data are organized by region. What this comparison of two regions shows is profoundly different experiences in different parts of Europe. In Western Poland, where occupation often continued for months or years, and then many ghettos also persisted for many years, people could continue to live. They had better access to food. They were not immediately sent off to death camps or forced labor. In Lithuania, however, in 1941, when the Germans came, it was immediate disaster. And those tiny lines, to my eyes, are a tale of tragedy. People had no way to escape. They were immediately put in ghettos or ring-fenced some way or other, and many of them immediately killed in their hometowns or outside in forests. This is the real beginning of the genocide. So another aspect of our project, having so much data to analyze and tell stories with, we can show that the experience of the Holocaust was profoundly different depending on where you were, as well as who you were. The next story really brings GIS to the fore. It's work by my interdisciplinary PhD student, Maja Kruse from Denmark. She has a wonderful background in physical geography and German. And so she found historical maps like this one from 1937 of southern Poland, a tremendous source that provide information about the physical environment, forests, roads, the location and density of settlements. She used GIS to extract those layers, make each one a separate layer in a GIS, then underneath all that, a digital elevation model so that she could get the steepness of the hills and the breadth of the valleys and so on. With that complete digital physical model, she could then ask her question: where were the best places to hide from German forces? Where did people have the best chance of surviving in a forest in southern Poland? And that led to this slide, which I won't say much about. It was included in your initial packet, But I just would like to draw your eye to the sort of deep teal, the deepest blue cover. Those are the areas of forest where her model predicts people were safest. And then, of course, now we can use this model to test all sorts of other evidence. And again, thinking of Lithuania, a much flatter region for the most part, an area almost all given over to farmlands. Where could people hide? Far less chance of survival in hiding there than in southern Poland. And my last slide out of the project is what we call the weather project. This was also in your little packet. I would just particularly like to draw your attention to how even weather, very scientific data, can become part of fascinating stories of the Holocaust. Those dashed lines pull out a section of weather data that was pulled out of a very large data set from Europe, meteorological data covering the 20th century. A wonderful student who got his MS from MSc from the University of Maine in Orono, Will Kachitsky, was able to build a model to help us estimate snowfall and temperature, not just day by day, but within 3-hour intervals. And we're testing it now to see how rigorous it is. It's proving remarkably good, especially in winter. So we put that into connection with testimony, and we find, oh my goodness, on December 29, 1941, one of the coldest days on record in the 20th century, that is the day that the Germans demand all furs and warm clothing from residents of the Warsaw Ghetto. This helps students and scholars more fully imagine the effects of German policy like this, the infamous fur actions. I'm very excited about this aspect of our project, in part because I think it will help us begin to work more closely with others at the Climate Change Institute. So what does this kind of digital and spatial history bring to the University of Maine? What potential does it hold for future growth and development? First, the Holocaust Project connects students with an international network of scholars and training opportunities for learning advanced digital skills. It makes such a difference when students work on a project that matters to the outside world. And ours really does, not only for Holocaust studies, but because the digital assets we are building, we hope will be used by high school and college students around the world. Secondly, interdisciplinary research gives each student a chance to use their strengths and pursue their interests while learning from others and learning new skills. The History PhD program is the only humanities PhD in the state of Maine, as I'm sure you know. Digital and spatial history is connecting our graduate students with the School of Computing and Information Science, the Climate Change Institute, Osher Map Library, and UMaine Machias's Environmental Science program. I see it as a wonderful way to build intellectual bridges. Fourth, this kind of history gives students invaluable skills in teamwork, data analysis, visualization, and more. My team has presented papers at national conferences. They are co-authors, or they will soon be co-authors on papers. It creates a real esprit de corps, and my goodness, how important that was is still during the pandemic. Also, geographers kind of joke that GIS, Geographic Information Systems, stands for Guaranteed Income Security. Well, it may not be a guarantee, but it sure helps. It's a highly demanded skill. We hope to develop a course on GIS for the humanities in the near future, and it's part of our plans for the wonderful new space that the Digital and Spatial History Lab, which I founded almost 6 years ago, is moving into in Science Hall. We now have room for offices, a conference room, a social space. We had been just in one little narrow room. So now we have real room for growth. And here is what I'm calling the studio space for project work, for seminars, and all sorts of presentations and creative uses. So that's what I have for you today. Again, thank you so much for the opportunity. If there's a minute or two left, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Dr. Knowles. The topic, you were right in the beginning, is truly troubling, yet it's an impressive example of your pursuit of truth. And certainly your passion is clear. We can only hope that your research on research like yours helps us learn from our history in order to improve our future. I didn't mean to step on anybody if any of the trustees have questions for Dr. Knowles.
Vice Chancellor, if I could just add that Dr. Knowles spoke at the Osher Map Library as a special event last winter, exceptionally well done, received an enormous amount of kudos in that presentation, both directly from the Osher family and from the Osher Map Library staff, and for many who saw the lecture. I just want to say thank you, just terrific, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Robert, I'll just jump in and say, Dr. Rose, that was amazing. And I love the interdisciplinary nature of all of it and how it brings together and has potential to bring together so many departments, not only at University of Maine, but across the state. I have a particular passion for the Honors College at the university, having graduated from there myself and having worked there for over a decade. And the kind of work you're doing is exactly the kind of work that, I don't know if you've done much with the Honors College yet at UMaine, but the kind of projects you're talking about, particularly with undergraduate research, would be a good match for the sort of intellectual curiosity for research that's inherent there. Great job.
That gives me a chance to praise my undergraduate advisee, Haley Sador, who is defending her honors thesis on the Holocaust in Lithuania tomorrow, and she's staying on to do a 4+1 master's in the history department.
That's awesome. Congratulations to her and you.
And with that, I thank you, and we will, Chair, may we move on to programs for examination?
Thank you very much.
Yes, please do, Robert.
So we have for you today, as I mentioned, University of Maine and University of Maine at Machias. Dr. Volan, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It's a hard act to follow, and I see Professor Knowles is already disconnected, but truly fascinating work that she presented here and is internationally recognized for. So I want to publicly thank her for that. So I'm happy to. I know we're pressed for time, and so the programs for examination that we were doing for University of Maine was set up for 30 minutes, but we're going to go to 20. So some of these slides I will only be able to touch on, but the data is there for you, and I think it'll be, certainly any questions you have. So Robert, could we bring up the presentation, please?
Heather, are you able to bring that up?
The first slide is data on the overall university. So it'll tell you, the data specifics like our undergraduate and graduate enrollment, which currently stands close to 12,000. We have a little over 800 faculty. I'm just going to dive into this, and you can look at this, and then hopefully it'll come up. We have 90 degrees that are offered at the undergraduate level, 85 master's degree programs, 35 doctoral, and we're increasing our graduate certificate programs, which now sit at a little over 20, around 23. There we go. Thank you, Heather. So as you've heard before, we are in pursuit of Research 1 status, which is called, also known as very high research activity. Right now we're a Research 2 university, but we do hit above our weight in many areas when it comes to research. So we are considered a high research activity university. We're consistently ranked in the U.S. News and World Report and Princeton Review, and ranked among the top third of public universities for research by the National Science Foundation. President Farini Monday, when she started, kicked off the strategic vision and values framework that really was grassroots, with support from upper administration. And in a little over a year, the university really came together and developed our strategic vision and values. You'll often hear it referred to as SVV. It was published in 2019 with the idea to kick off in 2020, and then of course the pandemic hit. So if we go to the next slide, please. This gives you a little bit of what our goals are of the SVV. This is something that, while yes, we continue to move forward on over this last year, of course, a lot of our time was also focused on the pandemic. This is something in this fall that we will be reinvigorating. So our first goal is to support and grow Maine's economy through new discoveries by building a workforce whose members are engaged in their communities and prepared for lifelong success, whether it's through the undergraduate degree or the graduate. As you see in goal 2, we will continue to provide accessible and affordable education, which certainly is here in Maine. And at the University of Maine is focused on research service through processes that ensure effectiveness, efficiency, and quality. And tied with all this is our third goal, which is the university will be a rewarding place to live, learn, and work by sustaining an environment that is diverse and inclusive, and it fosters the personal development of all of its stakeholders. So if I can, next slide, please. And here are some examples under these different academic priorities. And so on the highlights here is we will support timely progress to graduation. This is a key factor of our strategic vision and values. We offer a range of educational programs for diverse learners. This authentic experience in research, scholarship, or creative activity, and hopefully I'll be able to address a little bit of the LFON work that we're doing. Expand production of students with graduate level credentials, as you just heard Professor Knowles talking about one of her students going on to the +1, which will mean that the student has been taking the courses she needs to go into a +1 right after graduation and will receive her master's after a year. We will create new knowledge and apply innovative research and scholarship to enrich lives. This is, highlights here are to produce graduates that contribute to knowledge, innovation, and creative economy, and grow and diversify the doctoral enterprise. And finally, another highlight under advancing and growing partnerships is to collaborate with stakeholders engaged in cross-campus, not only cross-campus, but external partnerships to expand opportunities for students. Next slide, please. So here is some enrollment inventory over the last 6 years. This is the compounded annual growth rate that you can see above. You can see broken out into the arts and humanities, the professional studies, the professional social sciences, and STEM fields. You can see that this is undergraduate major enrollment on the left there, and then the production of credit hours for undergraduate students on the right. You can see overall an increase over the 6 years. Not dramatic, but there's some very large areas that we've seen. If you look at professional studies as an example, those are business, social work, nursing, communities, communication disorders as an example for the professional studies. So if you look at STEM where it says 0.2% increase over time, percentage here, you have to look also at the percent of undergraduate credit hours in major enrollment. These are by far our largest areas among our students. If I could have the next slide, please. This will show the graduate enrollment. The numbers, you can see this dramatic increase in professional studies, both in enrollment and in credit hour production, and that is largely due to being driven by business and social work. Social work is one of the largest social work master's programs in the United States. We've also seen big increases in engineering and in some of the fields in natural sciences, forestry, and agriculture. Next slide, please. So we have over 100 minor programs. So estimated 15% of undergraduates are enrolled in a minor. We have 22 disciplines that are represented with these 4+1 programs. It's a very large number. More and more of these are becoming online. This really sets up our students to be competitive in the job market. And as you heard Professor Knowles say so eloquently just a little bit ago, she gets her students very much involved in the experiential learning, which is a huge focus here. And in fact, it's one of our major areas under our student success and retention of the LFON UMS transforms. We have many areas that students can get involved here, either this experiential programs, Innovation Central, is a program designed for more of our junior and senior level students. The Foster Center for Student Innovation is where we get students involved in creativity at a very early stage. The main learning assistance opportunities, these are undergraduate students that through training actually are assistants in classes. This helps students get agency, this helps with student retention, and actually really helps learning to the younger students or those peers or those near peer students. When we look under student success, while the SVV was being developed, the university was also coming together to develop the first year student success program. And this included implementation of first year success courses across the curriculum and across the university. It started with we created the academic recovery program. So this is a program for students. It's a pass-fail 1-credit program for students that have struggled in their first semester at the university. It really helps them get those critical skills to be able to utilize resources, to be able to balance their academic and social demands, et cetera. And then of course, UMS Transforms has a whole focus for the next 10 to 12 years on student success and retention that hopefully I'll be able to chat at the end here. Next slide, please. When we look particularly at the undergraduate level here, continuing on with that previous slide, and we look at some strengths, the challenges and opportunities. Strengths, there's a large number of interdisciplinary opportunities. Again, that wasn't a setup having Professor Knowles, but she certainly touched on those interdisciplinary opportunities, which we know are so important to help our students advance. Explorations and other programming for first year students have also been included. Research learning experiences for students, if not today, tomorrow, our new research learning experience website will actually go live, and we'll be sharing that link with all of you. And then the pedagogy is informed by STEM education research. We have researchers that are that are focused on this. So here's some of our challenges. Some of our challenges is our student retention. So all of those areas of strength, and on the previous slide, they're focused on student retention. And the next bullet there you see is general college readiness. We accept 88% of students that apply to University of Maine, which is what we should be doing. We're a public land grant university. But what that is going to mean is we're going to have students that could go anywhere, and we have other students that are going to need some more tools. And a lot of those things I just discussed are ways to help those students be successful, including the next one, which is also the gateway course barriers. These are those gateway courses, often in STEM, but not just STEM fields, that are difficult for students to, those introductory level courses that can be real barriers for some students. Part of the UMS Transforms Student Success and Retentions is a focus on gateways to success. And we actually just kicked off that initiative this week. Very excited. It's going to go across all 7 universities. We're very excited about that. This next one, you often hear it called achievement gaps. We like to consider them opportunity gaps. And we do have, very often, like for instance, our first generation students in their first year often have a 10% lower retention. These are areas that we need to focus on, and we're putting things in to help with this. We have hiring and retaining faculty. Honestly, our salaries are low in Maine. And often when, we don't want to be we don't want to be a training ground for faculty that end up going elsewhere. And so these are things that we need to work on. Opportunities. We have restructured academic fairs. So we have a few people that are focusing on not only academic fairs, but faculty development, and another individual who's working on student success and strategic initiatives. And they both are very much involved in the UMS Transforms. And that is an area that is truly an opportunity that is unique among universities. And finally, you heard me say this probably when we were talking about our predictions for student numbers, is our aspirations are for enrollment growth. We have a growth mindset here. And that is through not only securing that larger first year class, but it's also through retention. If we can improve retention greatly, we automatically are going to be growing, and it's the right thing to do. Next slide, please. So we have instituted a new campus process for program reviews of our departments that don't go through a national type of accreditation. We like them to do it every 5 years, and 7 at the most. And so this was reinstated. There's all new timelines and areas to really support them, so that we're helping them develop their self-studies and help them go through a program review process, which we know is a way for programs to look at some of those strengths, challenges, and opportunities and catch them early if there are challenges that they need to address. Next slide. And in fact, when we look at our 2020 programs for examination, these are the percentage of our programs by a self-assessment category. The dark blue that you see, so it's broken into doctoral, master's, and bachelor's degrees here. And if you look at the dark blue, that's to grow certain programs. The lighter blue is to maintain, and the gray is to transform those programs. So when we say transform, it could be a program that's actually growing, but that we would want to change to make sure it continues to grow. Although typically what that is are those programs that are not growing like perhaps they should, or they're declining. And so we need to transform those and take a look at them. Next slide, please. And so this is when we break it down. Here are some examples of the 2020 PFE self-assessment. These are areas of enrollment growth and areas of decline. If you look at some of the undergraduate disciplines, we have many areas that are growing substantially at the undergraduate level, starting with business. You can, moving down from there. And then we have some areas that have undergraduate disciplines that have some declining enrollment, as you can see here. So modern languages and classics, I'll talk about that in a little bit. You can see we put maintain/grow in this one, and I'll address it in a slide or two. The food science and human nutrition fell about 50% in 5 years. And so they are looking at actually reorganizing that and maintaining it kind of where it's at right now. The child development and family relations, while it has declined, it has not declined very much. And we are hopeful to have a new dean that we can announce at the College of Education and Human Development that can help with that program. If we look at our growing graduate programs, our graduate programs have just been outstanding in their growth. This last spring semester, spring 21, is our largest graduate enrollment ever, with over 2,400 graduate students. We see many areas of growth, master's in information systems and other areas that we are increasing. If you look at graduate programs with declining enrollment, the master's in science and teaching, that's an area that has grown from about 29 students in 2015 to about 14 in 2020, so almost in half. We are looking, speaking with the interim dean and of course our new dean, this is an area that she feels strongly of increasing that growth, and so we'll be focusing on ways to do that. Electrical and computer engineering, its master's program has actually gone down a little bit, but there's an area that you will actually be voting on the new department head for that, that we are recruiting, that we have lots of hopes to actually increase that as well. And there's 2 large grants that are actually currently in prep that will help address that. Next slide, please. So we continue our evaluation. We have been greatly increasing and expanding access through online programs. Here's a number that you can read about in economics, business management, et cetera. And these online graduate certificates are areas of very large growth. They're very strategic. We're careful to look at long-term trends and not just short-term trends. And many of these are interdisciplinary, such as data science and engineering. And as you can tell, they all connect to our strategic visions and values, those goals. Next slide, please. When we look at growing, areas to address workforce needs, as I just mentioned, the MS in data science and engineering, this is a collaboration with UMA, University of Maine at Machias, and USM. We have pathways through UMA and UMM to continue into the Master's in Data Science and Engineering program. So that's an area that we'll probably see significant growth in the last 5 or 6 years. We've seen data science dramatically increase across the US in very high demand. As you know, we have new MBA concentrations that we've added, business analytics, healthcare systems. This is an area, of course, that has seen significant growth in the last 3 years. Now well over 400 students expected this fall. So other programs that we are looking to grow that will address workforce needs are constantly looking to expand our internship field experience opportunities. About 2/3 of our students have an internship experience in recent surveys. Of course, we'd like that closer to 100%. Some upwards of about a third of our students have 2 or more internships. We've increased the mental health rehabilitation minor, and students that work through this with University of Maine at Machias are eligible for the state of Maine MHRT, right? If I mean community certification. The minor in professional skills for liberal arts is fairly new. This is a really neat minor where students will focus on leadership, those quantitative skills such as statistics and communication, public speaking, and professional writing. I mean, coding is actually part of that. And actually, new media, the design, the GIS work that we just saw with Professor Knowles in the previous presentation. Next slide, please. So this is examples of transforming to improve the student experience. I just talked about, well, no, I haven't talked about the one catalog planning process in progress with the University of Maine and the University of Maine at Machias, and Dan will be talking about this in just a minute, so I won't go on too long, but there is a task force working very strongly on these type of things. The modern languages in classics, this is an area of transform that they have been looking at the French and Spanish redesign. There's streamlining the process for more students that are at the junior or senior level, and at the intro level, at the first and second year, they're moving those from 4 credits to 3 credit courses to facilitate entry into the minor as well as into the major. And they're actually even adding online delivery options for masters in music education. This was, if you saw that dip in humanities, by the way, this last year, that had a lot to do with not being able to offer music with the large numbers that we normally would because of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So here's some collaborations across campuses. I think I mentioned some of these at a previous board meeting, but these are where we're constantly looking, working with our colleagues across the system. There's the minor in mental health rehabilitation I just talked about a little bit ago. For about 4 years now, 5 years now, we have a master's in education in instructional technology, partnered with University of Maine, UMF and USM. Athletic training, as you can see there, we have a master's with UMPI and USM, et cetera. So these are the type of relationships that we're constantly looking for. And in fact, the CAOs meet every other Thursday, and we did this often is part of the kind of conversations that we're having. Next slide, please. But as I mentioned, we are also looking to do a growth phase for UMaine, partially through the aggressive efforts that we did this last year in recruiting new students, both in-state and out-of-state, but then retaining those students once they come, and significantly, and just by those 2 elements, we're going to, hopefully, really grow our undergraduate and graduate enrollment. We're looking to do cluster hiring of faculty with related interdisciplinary interests that support university priorities. This really helps. These are faculty members from across different disciplines, but around core areas. And as you can see there, they're going to be linked to addressing complex societal problems, and that can translate this research areas through what we call convergence research. And those are those really tricky problems that takes this interdisciplinary approach to be able to address and come up with solutions. Next slide, please. So give you some many types of initiatives that we've been working on in this last year. One is we're going to have full implementation of the new math placement exam software. That may not sound like, like very interesting, but it's amazingly effective. So students that have like a 670 on their math for the SAT or 29 on their ACT for math, they don't need to take this exam. But those that have below that, they take this exam and it actually gets them into the appropriate class. And so their chances of being successful are greatly improved. You saw the expansion modification of first year success courses I mentioned earlier. The summer bridge program, we ran this for the first time last year for first generation students in NSFA. NSFA worked with CLES and they will be working on it. And we actually have a much larger bridge program that we're developing for this August for the research learning experiences for students across the university. We have new living learning communities in these areas that you can see here. Again, these are all areas that we know are effective in retaining students, helping them succeed, helping them get agency and that sense of purpose. These are all really critical. We at this major specific RLE offerings, we may run out of time, so I'll just tell you that the university faculty have come together and we're offering 34 research learning experience courses for our first year students and our second year students this year, because our second year students had they entered college during a pandemic and we want to be able to help them. And one of those 34 courses is taught by Professor Farini Mundy, our president. And it's pretty exciting that she's doing it with a colleague in math. And then finally, we have other types of summer excursions such as the Honors College has here. Next slide, please. Other areas that we've really focused on this year to help our students, we had the Black Bear Pause initiative to really help those students that had decided to defer last year, to offer them new courses. We more than doubled our Summer Start program this year. Summer Start program is focused on first year students to give them a head start. So we have now over 40 courses that students can sign up for. Our summer programming, in fact, is up about 8% from last year, and last year was our largest ever. And so it represents a little over 15,000 credit hours of summer programming that students are currently signed up for. So these, and you can see the UM STEM Bridge program was something that started a few years ago. Well, you can see all these different lists. I'll actually move on to the next slide because I think I'm running out of time here. And this is real quickly, the student success and retention. This is our UMS Transforms. This is one of the 4 major programs. Our student success and retention is broken up into 3 major initiatives. One is the research learning experiences that I just discussed. One is gateways to success, and one is pathways to careers. The research learning experiences is being piloted. It's supposed to be the first 2 years at the University of Maine, but we're going to have a lot of research this year with those 34 courses. We have room for 566 seats for students coming in August. And I'm sure we will increase from there. And it's actually also University of Maine at Machias is also having RLE courses this summer and this fall. The Gateways to Success I already spoke about, and the Pathways to Careers, which is being co-chaired by President Becky White and Assistant Vice President Renee Kelly here at the University of Maine. This is a program to help students find their way from their undergraduate years into a rewarding career. And I think that's it for me. Happy to answer any questions.
Professor Volin?
Yes, please.
Quick question for you. And when I was listening to your presentation, I just had a thought. And one of the striking comments you made is the challenge in student retention. And later on in the presentation, you elaborated a little further with some kind of immersion. And talk to us just a little bit about your strategy going forward in terms of trying to keep those students.
So there are a number of ways to address this, and on many of those slides, there are some of those. So we did have the whole first year student success initiative. So some of those programs that we put into place, the academic recovery, where students, that are on probation after the first semester, we tried to assist them in a course the following spring. We have living learning communities, the research learning experience as an example. Within 3 or 4 years, we hope that it scales to all first-year students. This is a program that is designed where they'll come for a 1-week bridge program. That one-week bridge program will give them research foundations, but at the same time, all those things that we know work for retention, such as helping develop that sense of community, that sense of identity, right? Giving them some of those early skills to be successful at university. Because our biggest drop is after that first year, right, in retention. We lose over 20% of our students in that first year. And so there's been a huge focus on that. A lot of universities that have implemented the things that we are implementing are now looking at what can they do for the second year, right? And so we can learn from that and make sure that we're also addressing the second year at the same time. Is that helpful?
Very helpful, thank you. And one final question. Just curious, we talked about growing and expanding access through online programs. And I was curious, does this address the MBA concentrations or MBAs in general? Will those be part of the online programming?
Yes, I believe so. Right now they can do their MBA online. And that's, and we're constantly looking for ways to increase that. And they have been very successful.
Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it was 3 years ago, they had less than 200 students. And today, right now it's estimated at over 440, in 3 years. It's more than doubled.
Dr. Volin, I have one quick question. On your enrollment graphs way back at the beginning of your presentation, it's good to see, particularly undergraduate, but the graduate also grew quite dramatically. On the undergraduate one, I was curious. I see growth in most of the 4 major areas, but a decline in the actual number of credit hours taken. I can think of all kinds of reasons why that might be happening, but I'm sure you folks must have analyzed it or understand why the credit hours are coming down, but enrollment's going up. I'm just curious why.
Right. So, excuse me. So the arts and humanities has been, if you look at the major enrollment, it's about 1.9%, and over those 6 years, it's pretty flat. Professional studies at the undergraduate is also very flat. One thing to notice is in 2017 was our largest class ever, right? And so now that the students are graduating, and so some of those numbers are actually going down because of it. So it's subtle. I mean, if you look across, it looks very flat. When we looked at the arts and humanities, that credit hour that you see is minus 1.3%. It's actually driven quite a bit by music in this last year because of the pandemic. Right? Students, we couldn't accommodate the large number of student numbers that we normally would, because you have to have, they have to be online, they have to be, or if we got them together, it would not even be a third of the size it would normally be able to do, et cetera. So that's where some of that is driven but yeah.
That makes sense. I mean, I figured it was probably some of those reasons. I just was curious as to what it was. And as a pandemic, and we go back to more normal methodologies here, it'll be interesting. It should pop back up then, is what we should be thinking about probably.
It'll be very interesting to see what our yield will be this summer, right? It's a very unusual year. If it was a usual year, we'd have our second largest class ever. We're just like 30 shy of what our class was in 2017. And so it goes to what the chancellor was saying earlier. It's across the board, across the 7 universities, there's been a huge amount of work early on in trying to recruit students. But we don't know what the melt will be this summer. There's hundreds of universities that are not in the position that we are, and we'll be doing lots of poaching now.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Dr. Volin, I had a question, if I could, sir. Thank you for that presentation. So looking at the excuse me, programs for examination, and in one of your slides, you talked about growing programs and you're going to grow them, you will maintain them. any of the shrinking programs, have we ever come to the point where we've actually said we can't continue with this program, we need to eliminate this program? Has that happened over the last 5 years or so?
Trustee Cates, it's a good question. I've been here 9 months. Maybe I should know that off the top of my head, but I don't know the answer to that. I think President Free-Monday could probably, not to put her on the spot, but she could probably tell me of a few programs that probably have closed. I can tell you, we do have 4 interim deans, and we're looking to hopefully recruit 4 deans. But in speaking with the interim deans on some of these programs, so like when we see that growth go down a little bit, I personally immediately talk to the dean to get a better understanding of what's going on. And that's why, so like the food and science and human nutrition, we put maintain right now. It is an area of growth across the US, and we have a lot of expertise in this area. So right now we're maintaining where it is, but I think we can grow it. So we do look at these numbers. I can tell you in this last year, we certainly look at them closely, but I don't know if programs have closed in the last 5.
I'll jump in. So across the system, we have used this, and it originated as a process to find programs that maybe need to close. We've turned it into a more, I think, positive process where we're looking at not just struggling programs, but where we're going to invest because they're growing and that kind of thing. But I will say that we have had examples at all the universities on suspensions or eliminations, but more often than not, highlighting and this is my hope for this, that particularly the one that John just mentioned, the food science, that we will see a program that maybe is languishing that just needed some attention. So we weren't given it the right amount of marketing dollars, or we just hadn't looked at it in a while in terms of from leadership, because there's so many other things going on, a little infusion of our collective energy, and we have seen just as many programs recover.
Thank you.
And if we don't have any more questions here, we have Machias up next, if you're ready, Dr. Qualls.
Sure. Let me see. Okay, so this presentation is kind of a continuation of last year's presentation, where I reported what we had identified at the University of Machias and what we were going to do about it. And so now I'm kind of giving you guys an update as to what we did and where we're at. And then, like Provost Vollen mentioned, we do have some exciting transformative initiatives in place that I'll share towards the end. So I have here, we have 3 divisions that are kind of loosely based in themes, and I have kind of an update as to what we're doing in each one of those divisions. So the first division is professional studies, where we have business, education, rec and tourism management, and our degree completion, bachelor's of college studies. So the reason why I have education bolded there in bold text is we basically said last year that we were going to combine secondary and elementary into an education degree where students would have the ability to be certified to teach in a variety of areas, elementary, special ed, secondary. The next division is our arts and letters, and that's where there's been a lot of activity. It does house psychology and community studies, which is one of our stronger programs here, which was mentioned earlier as providing that MHRT certificate for the University of Maine. But so basically what we did, we said we were going to do, and then we did, is we eliminated, suspended interdisciplinary studies, which was kind of a strange degree of kind of like pick so many of these classes, and it really did not have a lot of students in it. And then we have an English and creative writing book arts program, and a interdisciplinary fine arts program, which we basically combined to create the new creative arts. And so that's why creative arts is bold. It's kind of it's a revamped version of our interdisciplinary fine arts, and it includes creative writing. And then our third division is our division of science and mathematics. And so there we have biology, environmental studies, and marine biology. So what we've done this year is we've taken environmental studies and we have, it will be suspended and replaced with an approved program called Environmental GIS, which is a pretty exciting program that the University of Maine at Augusta provides one of the concentrations for that degree program. Okay, so those are the things, those are the programs, education, environmental studies, and that creative arts, interdisciplinary fine arts. Those are the programs that we identified through program reviews, the program review process, and the programs for examination process that we really needed to transform and in some cases suspend. So what we've identified as our strategic focus is professional preparation, and that's really the mission of a lot of our academic programming. So since last we met, we've added aquaculture to both our associate's degree and as a concentration in our marine biology degree, which is very timely since in Washington County there was approved that new that Dutch fish farm company, Kingfish Maine, which is I believe like $110 million facilities they're building close to our marine field station at the Down East Institute. So we've added aquaculture to a couple of areas. And as I said, this new creative arts, it has incorporated Adobe Suite and workplace skills for all students that are in that program. Every program now at the University of Maine at Machias has required field placements and or internships. And every program has a significant professional experience in the first semester. And I say that, and it sounds kind of cavalier, but remember we only have 9 programs, so it's easier for me to hit that mark. So in our evaluation, what we've come up with, and I think this is interesting, is that none of our programs we're going to maintain. We're either going to grow, transform, or sunset. So the ones that we have identified to grow is business and entrepreneurial studies. The Washington County Community College is interested in partnering with their rec program to partner with our business program, and they're also interested in possibly, the start of a 2 + 2 + 4 + 1 on the way, like a track to the UMaine's MBA program. Education, we plan to continue to add 4+1 programs with the University of Maine. We already have special education. Creative arts, we're hoping to grow a low residency model where students can participate, for a few days out of the semester on campus, and then the rest would be online. Psychology and community studies, they did develop with the University of Maine that mental health and rehabilitation technology cert, and we're looking to do some more growth in that area. And in biology, we're looking at a career focus in allied health and a collaboration with the Hutchinson Center in Belfast. So in the transform category, our degree completion program is called a Bachelor of College Studies. We've been looking at how it can partner with the University of Maine's Bachelor's of University Studies program. Our rec and tourism management is looking to possibly explore outdoor leadership and maybe more of a business focus. Marine biology, I've already mentioned, is adding an aquaculture focus. And then environmental studies is totally being replaced by environmental GIS. So what ends up getting sunset and all that, or suspended, is our secondary, our standalone secondary education degree and our standalone elementary education, because they've now been combined to education. And English creative writing and book arts, which has been combined with creative arts, and then the interdisciplinary studies program, which is not being combined with anything. So the plan is that to strengthen our academic portfolio by focusing on career-based, on professional-oriented curriculum, combining the programs that I've already talked about, and partnering primarily with the University of Maine and the Washington County Community College. The pretty exciting thing that kicked off this year is this regional campus initiative from our president, Joan Freddie-Mundy. So the primary partnership with the University of Maine and University of Maine Machias started we started developing this, as some of you know, in 2016, and it was approved by the board in 2017. And a lot of work has taken place in these last years, but the last loose end to really tie up is the academic phase. And so that we started with the common catalog, but we really came across so many questions from faculty and the registrar's office and others that we had to really stop and say, hold on, there's some process questions that need to be answered first. So the president charged a task force, the regional campus task force, led by Dean Emily Haddad from the University of Maine, to get all these questions that have been unanswered these last few years, and just, roll up our sleeves and get to work. So we're working to combine and align the University of Maine and the University of Maine at Machias' catalogs into a unified University of Maine catalog, which will have the two institutions, all the courses, the programs, and a unified set of academic policies and procedures, which we started on aligning our policies and procedures well over a year ago with the registrar at the University of Maine, Kimberly Page, also being our registrar here at the University of Maine Machias. Speaking of Kimberly Page, she also, with Jeff St. John, started looking at how do we take the two universities' data and consolidate it and house it in one location with all the intricacies of Main Street, and there's been a lot of work in that area. So this work it was just kicked off at the beginning of the month, and it's got a pretty aggressive timeline. And I am on several of the work groups for the task force, and they have been meeting 2 to 3 times a week as they kick this off. They have a report due to the president this month. I think it was actually due maybe last Monday. And we're going to try to incorporate feedback from all the stakeholders by August of this year for a target implementation of a lot of this for fall 22. It's very aggressive, and this is where I don't want to say the magic happens or the rubber meets the road, but there's a lot of work involved with a whole lot of people. And it's gonna, the students, the campuses are all gonna benefit from this really bold initiative. And I will stop right there for any questions in the time that we have left.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And if there are no more questions, Chair, that concludes my update.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Placido, and thanks to John Boland and Dan Falls for that, both insightful and helpful pictures inside the programs for examination process, and we appreciate that. We are still running a bit late. I'm wondering, President Freddie-Mundy, are you able to wait for us to do lunch first before we get to you? If we just,
of course.
Okay, why don't we shave 10 minutes off our lunch break and reconvene at about 1:20, and then we'll jump into your presentation. I know that Vice Chancellor Lowe's presentation is going to be shorter than it was scheduled for, so we should be able to get back on track that way. If that works for everyone, we'll take a recess and be back in 20 minutes. So it's 1:20. We have squares are filling in slowly on my screen. I think we'll be back up very quickly. So I'd like to resume. Thank you for changing on the fly, President Mundy. We appreciate it. But at this point, I would like to turn the floor over to you for a report from our Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation.
Thank you very much, Chair Irwin. Is my screen sharing working properly?
Yes.
Okay. Great. So one more thing to do, I guess. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you for the first time as in the role of Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation for the University of Maine system. I'm very grateful for the Chancellor, that the Chancellor provided this opportunity. I think it gives us a chance as a system to put a different kind of broader focus on our research activity. And so I wanted to just thank you, tell you what I've been doing, and then thank you in advance for your help. I also would like to thank a number of people who've already been instrumental in helping to shape the role. So given that this is a new role, I've been spending the last several weeks both paying attention to the context in which we as a system, I believe, need to be thinking about our research mission, one part of our tripartite mission. And so there's much to look at within the state alone, of course, as well as nationally, as we think about the place of research in universities. Universities are, in this country, a fundamental site for the advancement of knowledge, for better understanding the human condition. The talk by Professor Knowles this morning was just a fantastic example of this kind of intellectual pursuit that helps us understand the world better and to improve it. And so I've chosen a few contextual pieces from the state to suggest the importance of this for our system, but there's a whole lot more. I also will just note that as we pursue our unified accreditation next steps, there was language in last summer's letter about unified accreditation from NETCHI last July that does point out the importance of staying focused on our research strength. And the letter that they sent us called for us to pay attention to the funding model for research and how to increase research funding and doctoral level education at the University of Maine. And I believe strongly that we need to address this, of course, but we do that within the context of a full system that has a variety of institutions and individuals who are engaged in the research mission in different ways. One factor that's important to note is that Maine falls far behind the country and New England and even the upscore states in the amount of the state's GDP that is directed toward R&D. So research and development are seen as important drivers of an economy in a state, and Maine has not been able to have much investment in that area relatively as you look around the world now, the country, I guess. New England, of course, includes Massachusetts, which has substantial investment here. But even when you take and look just at the full country or even the upscore states, we're strikingly low. Part of this is that that Maine industry has not historically been heavily research and development focused, in that companies that are here often have their R&D bases in some other state. Similarly, we don't have federal labs, national labs here in Maine, but we do have universities that engage in research and not-for-profits that do. The challenge is that the number is just low. And the system has a role to play, I believe, in trying to improve that number. So since March, as I note here, I've been talking to lots of people, both within the state, outside of the state, in government, in private sector, and in the university system. I've been looking for ways to try to facilitate more coordination of some initiatives already within the system, and then looking for how we can expand access system-wide to the UMaine research infrastructure, which is fairly well established. I'm trying to move into the next phase of this, which will be to learn in more depth about what's going on at each of our universities in research and innovation, and think about what their future plans and aspirations may be, because every place will come at this differently. But the overall goal is to enhance the opportunity and productivity really in research across the system in a way that particularly supports the state of Maine. So this is a little bit of a summary of the groups to which I've been listening. And as I say, it's quite diverse. And when I'm through with this this listening tour, I'll do a summary for everybody. But here are a few things that are coming through already as themes in those conversations. One is that it's important to think about how the system's research activity, I think largely based at the University of Maine, but with significant activity across the rest of the institutions. How is that affecting our understanding of the planet? How is it global? Certainly, how is it national? And then, of course, how is it about Maine? I think it's easy to slip into thinking that we should be fully focused on what will advance the state of Maine and what will create a workforce that can advance the state of Maine, and that's indeed important. But we need to be thinking broadly in order for that research to be well situated nationally and internationally, which is what brings us a variety of important benefits when we can get a global focus. A second theme that is coming through consistently is to not get so focused on applied work, on solving specific challenges, that we forget about the importance or fail to invest adequately in basic work, which is the foundation of the applied work. And you can hear this in any of the examples that we've brought before you about research in the last several months. But the notion being that until we continue, as we continue to try to solve practical problems by using research or development or innovation, at the same time we need to keep building up the base that will enable us to create those new technologies, to find those new solutions, and to work on the much more foundational side of research as a University of Maine system. I am hearing a fair bit, I've put it perhaps more diplomatically here, but people are really not hearing, they would like us to tell our story more effectively, to be more visible, more public, more clear about the way in which the system and in the University of Maine in particular are engaging in supporting the future of Maine's economy through the research and development initiatives. I think people have a sense that that's happening, but I'm hearing consistently, let's make that message more clear, more powerful, and more persistent in some sense. And then finally, the need to get more clear about how the preparation of students in an R&D intensive context is particularly special, and it enables them then to be leaders in the workforce, both in Maine and well beyond in a global workplace. And you heard Ann Knowles talk about that today. Her students are doing the innovative work that you saw, and that enables them then to be ready for a very important kind of role in the workplace. Similarly, in Provost Vollin's presentation, you heard about efforts for us to begin to engage even our first year students in something that acquaints them with research, and the plan is to scale that as institutions are interested across the entire system. There are lots of ideas about what we should do, about what a VCRI should do in a new role, and so here are a few of them. One is to be even more clear and coherent about our statewide role to improve the Maine economy, and we've had suggestions to build more capacity like what we have in MEPRI, which Sam Warren mentioned earlier as something that we're looking at with the Innovation Committee. to really work at commercialization of University of Maine system IP. And that is important. I believe that is something we need to be attending to much more systematically. There is a lot about research infrastructure. We are sort of behind many other places that are like us, but there are questions about compliance and how we as a system maintain a strong compliance commitment, human subjects reviews, animal use, areas that are part now of the research landscape where we have to be sure that our capacity is strong and available to any scholars and students in the system who wish to use it. It includes work with grants and contracts, management, licensing of databases, indirect cost recovery, that whole array of research administration and infrastructure that we need to be sure is available. And much of it is at UMaine. University of Southern Maine also has some important infrastructure, and we need to be sure that we find a way to enable our colleagues across the system to use those tools and supports. Some very specific questions and ideas have come from faculty. And the kinds of things that I'm hearing folks would find useful would be a clearinghouse and database of all the system research projects, more seed funds for UMS-based research. There are quite a few funds, so some of this may be a communication and planning matter. This third bullet is really significant. Professional development, more onboarding, how to have an active research agenda when you have a heavy teaching load, finding grant opportunities, partnering with researchers, working with graduate students. All of this is very much embedded at the University of Maine because we're a research university. We are hearing from colleagues around the system who would like to incorporate more of their research into their teaching, who are active researchers now and are already doing that, that there is still a need for broadening that availability. And then, as I've mentioned, the commercialization. So here are some of the examples of coordination that I think now with a VCRI position, we can make sure are reaching system-wide and are coherent. The MEIF Small Campus Initiative this year moved back into the system, and we are helping to organize that through UMaine and others from across the campuses. The Research Reinvestment Fund, which is the trustees' investment in our research, in seed funding and so on, the Grand Challenges projects that we've shared with you in previous sessions. All of that is a part of our system profile really in research. Community project funding and congressionally developed spending. These are the new earmarks, the processes that have been put in place by the House and the Senate for putting forward ideas on the advice of members of our delegation. We are working to do this in a kind of coordinated, coherent way through the system. So for the House projects, which we had to come together very quickly, 27 projects were sort of on the list of things to be considered. We submitted 8, and 3, I believe, have been selected, although only 1 from the list of 8. To go forward. And this is a brand new process. So both the House and the Senate are putting their procedures in place. We're right in the middle now of the Senate side with about 34 projects under consideration. They span the system, lots of great collaborations across our universities. And what's exciting about all this is that all of these projects, and they aren't all R&D, many of them are focused on instruction, but by having these processes, we now are able to see some real potential for future collaboration across institutions. And then as the American Rescue Plan Act dollars come to the university system, we're still awaiting guidance for how that will all be distributed and used. We're trying to expand the access to the UMaine research infrastructure. I won't go into detail here, but UMaine has been hosting now for a couple of years a system-wide grants academy that is bringing together interested researchers from around the system to help them prepare to do grant writing more effectively to fund their work. And similarly, the research faculty affiliates program, something that we're looking to expand here at UMaine for faculty elsewhere in the system who might wish to be in residency here at UMaine in a lab or in a studio or in a research setting and vice versa, but to create more avenues for connection and collaboration, particularly for involvement with graduate student committees and dissertation advising. So we're looking to build that out a bit more. Similarly, UMaine has a very robust innovation infrastructure through the Office of our Vice President for Innovation and Economic Development. And several of the activities there we have consciously been looking to broaden out in the past year. Could go into more depth, but these are the projects that are intended to help researchers and their students think about how to take a great idea and commercialize it, bring it to market, innovate in a way that makes this a revenue generating proposition over time. And there's a fair bit of good activity in this domain for the great ideas that are coming out of our faculty across the system, and lots of projects and connections to companies across the state. So what's next? We're working, others are working on a graduate faculty registry. Joe Zakis at UMaine Augusta is leading that, but others are involved. The faculty affiliates I've mentioned. There's been some advice that we should have a system-wide research and innovation council. I've mentioned some issues already. There's great interest from various leaders in the state in some sort of a summit, perhaps in the fall, that the system would sponsor. That could be in partnership with the Maine State Chamber, with Department of Economic and Community Development and others, to really take on this question of why is our investment where it is, and how can this state increase its focus in R&D across different domains. The UMS Transforms Research Learning Experiences that John Bolin talked with you about, there will be a research project to evaluate that, to find out if those experiences really do make a difference for retention, and then to adjust and to scale. We're talking here at UMaine about KPIs, in addition to those, of course, that the board follows, KPIs that incorporate research measures, so that we have another way to compare, at least the University of Maine, and for others that are interested, to compare ourselves to peers that have similar research agendas and missions. And then, as I say, conversations around the system. So I just wanted to have a few minutes with you. Future reports won't be quite like this. This is the startup time, but I'm very interested in any comments or questions either now or offline as people have them. I really appreciate the opportunity to be working with my colleagues across the system to bring to the foreground our research and innovation efforts.
So thank you. I'm not sure whether to call you a vice chancellor or president. I hope either is okay.
It's fine.
Well, you have your vice chancellor hat on now, so we'll stick with that. Thank you for that as a really helpful kind of introduction to where this where the focus on research learning is going, and I think that was very beneficial. And I would love to open the floor up for any questions by board members.
Chair Irwin.
Yes.
Thank you. President Fernie Mundy, or Vice Chancellor. My quick question was, when I'm listening to your presentation, I was just curious, research is such a big topic. It's so broad and expansive. And I'm curious, have we begun to think about narrowing down or areas of strategic focus? What bodies of R&D work will we tackle?
That's a wonderful point, Trustee Bartholomew, and let me add that has come up in my conversations around the state quite a lot. You know, sort of like, are there key areas where we should be focusing, just as you have asked? Perhaps in some of the biomedical areas, perhaps in AI as it applies to our heritage industries in Maine. So often those questions come from people with a very specific kind of Maine-based perspective. At the same time, I would just come back to AI as an area where it's ubiquitous now across domains, across sectors, as something where we need skilled professionals who are being educated in a research-oriented setting, because that's an area that changes all the time. And so it's not as though you can create your AI 101 course and have it work forever, right? That needs to be constantly updated. So by the way, I don't think that can work in most areas, but AI changes fairly rapidly. So in any case, I think it's a great observation, and certainly has come up. I would be very interested over time in ideas about how we would even think about those foci. The state MEIF dollars, for example, are targeted towards 7 specific sectors, and those sectors are still in place. So there's some incentive for people who would wish to be funded with MEIF to kind of shift their work to those sectors. the thing is, as the world changes around us, there will be more. So very much an issue for us to think about. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you again, Vice Chancellor Raimondi. And now we're going to turn to Vice Chancellor Lowe for the VCFA and Treasurer's Report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start this morning by echoing some comments that you had this morning, thanking the administration, the governor, Commissioner Figueroa, and others for their support of the 3% increase in the budget. Also want to thank the Education Committee, which on an overwhelmingly bipartisan basis endorsed that recommendation again this morning while we were meeting. So very much appreciate that. It has thrown a little bit of a wrinkle into our budget, but that's that is a good thing. So I want to thank the campuses for their flexibility. We've been working on these budgets for 8 to 10 months. It's not easy to stop and change some of those top line assumptions, and in some cases, while we're not starting back over, we have created some gaps that we need to resolve, and so really appreciate and want to acknowledge all of the hard work that is going on behind the scenes while we're meeting here today to get those budgets back into a balanced position. So I have an abbreviated agenda because of that this morning. So I'm going to be talking about investment results. We'll be introducing the 5-year capital plan, and then we'll wrap up with the fiscal year 21 forecast, which should be fairly brief. So the investment results, as always, the investment portfolio materials are included in the board materials. The managed investment pool with a market value of $423 million saw a gain of 1.5% in March, with a fiscal year to date positive return of nearly 20.8%. The pension plan with a market value of $25 million saw a gain of 0.6% for the month of March, bringing the fiscal year to date return there to a positive 11.2%. And then finally, the operating fund with a market value of $307 million and a more conservative asset allocation experienced a gain of 0.2% for the month of March. It is up 6.2% for the fiscal year to date through the end of March. Our preliminary results for April indicate a positive return of 0.8%. That brings the net investment returns for the fiscal year to date to $20 million, or nearly $17 million over investment income budget. As a reminder, our operating fund is balanced based on an assumption of returning about $2.3 million a year in investment returns. So doing very well on that line. I'll shift to the 5-year capital plan and can come back and answer any questions at the end. So certainly excited to be here this afternoon now to introduce the 5-year capital plan. Chip and Carolyn will follow me with the details of that. But let me again first thank the campuses, the presidents, the CBOs, the facilities directors for all of the work that they have done across the system on these plans. Given the extra duties that all of them have taken on during the pandemic, this would have certainly been an easy thing to just set aside, and we'll figure out when we can work at it at a later time. As a reminder, it wasn't that long ago that we rarely thought beyond the current fiscal year when it came to some of this planning. Requests for bond projects often meant days of scurrying to come up with lists of improvements. And at that time, most of our focus was always on new capital projects. Thanks to the work of a few of the folks that are with us here today, several others, several key trustees, Norm Fournier comes to mind, Carl Turner. A lot of you know Carl. I had a chance to talk with Carl this morning, got to talk a little bit with him about the 5-year plan and the work that we did back at the beginning. I think we have a process now that, I would say fares very well compared to other public institutions, higher ed, not just in Maine, but across the country. So I'll emphasize before we get into the details that these are, as you would expect in 5-year plans, they are working documents. Projects shift as priorities change as resources become available. New projects will certainly make their way onto the list. Others that we talk about today may in fact disappear. So with that, I'm happy to turn this over to Chip and Carolyn.
Ryan, thanks for that. I'm going to pause just briefly on a tangent I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the pandemic-related remarks that the Chancellor and the Chair and others have made earlier today, and to add my own thanks to the many hundreds of people across the University of Maine system who have been involved in helping to lead that effort, and the thousands of people who did their best to comply with previously unknown protocols. My heart goes out to everybody in appreciation and thanks. With that said, we'll move on to the capital topic, and look forward to working with the board and with the Chancellor on the charge that he outlined this morning over the remainder of this year to take the things that we're going to talk with you about today and really continue to improve and move this forward and meet the challenges that the Chancellor and the presidents and the board are well aware of, and to take advantage of your interest and enthusiasm for helping us tackle them. So I will just cover briefly a few points of context, and then I, in fact, will turn the baton over to Carolyn McDonough, who has the details for you about the 5-year capital plan. But as Ryan mentioned, just a couple of notes. We do have a now institutionalized planning process in the university system that includes each campus having a master plan, each campus having a longer term specific capital plan. Carolyn's going to talk with you about that today, as well as the 1-year capital plan that syncs up with the 1-year budget that you review and approve each year. Of particular note, I think, is, and thanks goes to the budget office, that process is really institutionalized at this point, both with the budget office and with our facilities directors and presidents. So appreciation to everybody for all the work it took to go from a bit more scattered approach to something that really is, if not institutionalized at this point, certainly approaching institutionalized, and puts all of us here today in a much stronger position to make additional improvements than we would have been in the past. Also want to mention sort of a bottom line number. I went back and looked in preparation for today, and I would note that 2 years ago at this time, the University of Maine system had approximately $50 million in major capital projects under management. Major capital projects being those that require board consideration, $500,000 more in anticipated budget. So $50 million 2 years ago, that was a fairly typical number for quite a period of time. Multiple years, that was sort of that $40 to $70 million kind of range is where the university lived for an extended period of time. Today, we have, with your support and the Chancellor's support, we have more than $200 million of projects that are under active management, and more than half of that is actually in project accounts and being expended as we speak. That includes a wide variety of additional and novel funding sources that, with your help, we're trying to bring to bear, whether those are P3s on numerous campuses, revenue bonds, in addition to the more traditional general obligation bonds with thanks to the people of Maine for their support for the $49 million bond package that we're still carrying out. So really some fairly remarkable things in the past 2 to 3 years. And really picking up pace. I would also mention that pace appears on track, thankfully, given some of the benchmarking and data that we all know, that pace appears likely to be increased rather than diminished in the immediate term. Most of the Herald L Fund dollars are not really truly reflected in the numbers that I've just cited to you. We have a number of other projects that will be coming online that we've been talking with you about, and that you'll hear about in a 5-year plan today as well. Excuse me. I think, just looking quickly at my notes to myself, couple of other things to mention before I pass the baton. Do want to thank the trustees, both current and past, for your support, not just for the kinds of things that I've talked about already, but things that go beyond that. The constraint that we've had on space to try to allow our density to rebound has worked. Our density is up. We have more people using our facilities today on a pro rata basis than we have in recent years. So density is improving. The condition of our facilities, while it isn't improving, the constraint on space without offsetting demolitions has helped us to slow that decline. And now we're seeing the kinds of investment that potentially, with some additional resources and continued focus, will really help us improve those numbers. We have continued to see a decline in net asset value. The Chancellor mentioned a few of those things this morning. But importantly, we do continue to benchmark, and we'll continue to report those numbers to you on a consistent basis. And most recently in the space constraint area, I want to appreciate and acknowledge your and the Chancellor's flexibility, both for new space in targeted areas and for research, even as we continue to do our best to constrain growth so that we don't make the problem worse in our efforts to make it better. With that, I think I would turn the baton over to Carolyn for her overview of the 5-year capital plan, and then we're glad to participate in any discussion that the trustees would like to have.
Thank you, Chip. And thank you, everyone, for having me. As you see in your board materials, there are 2 overviews, one for the 1-year capital plan and one for the 5-year capital plan. I'm going to spend a couple minutes now just going over the details of the 5-year plan. I think you'll note, as the Chancellor mentioned, that there's an increased focus on the physical plant, and these reports are reflecting that. So the 5-year plan, as you see, has a total of over 300 projects for the next 5 years and a total budget of nearly $1 billion. I have to remind myself every time I'm saying that's not a million, it's $1 billion. Never had to say that before. But yep, $990 million worth of funding and projects on this 5-year plan for the next fiscal years. And the report, we've broken them down by various different construction categories. And the thing about the 5-year plan is, as Chip, I think, mentioned, is that a lot of the funding is still in discussion or in planning. So 57% of that, get the wrong number, 58, 42% of that still needs to be fully identified, but the majority of it is still out there. So we've got different funding sources, including general obligation bonds and revenue bonds that are existing, gifts and future fundraising that's ongoing. The operating funds, of course, every year that's in there, including auxiliaries and ENG, as well as their reserves, and grants, as well as proposed grants, and the P3 initiatives. That's another big area which we've been picking up a lot of activity on, public-private partnerships across a number of the campuses. So these lists also include those P3 projects and the potential expenditures or costs related to those, even though that funding will be coming from other partners. And then there's the university's Space Reduction Strategic Initiative Project. And as I said, a fair amount of the funding still to be determined. Across the various project categories, we have the space renewal and renovations that involves renovating and major renovations of interiors and existing space. That's accounting for almost a third of the money, and a little over 390 million of it going towards new space. As you know, we do have a couple of major projects going on both in Orono and Portland, and those are accounting for a lot of that. Additionally, and so I can get into more of the details if anyone would like, but in the name of time, just moving on to the summary, that reflecting on the Gordians or Sightlines Keep Up target that we report every year, over between FY22 and FY26, we're looking at a keep up need of starting at 40 million, 43 million in FY22 and going up to potentially 80 million by the time FY26 run turns around, which means we need to, over the next 5 years, invest between $215 and $400 million in our existing building inventory. The good news is we have a nearly $1 billion capital plan. Of that plan, though, if we look at simply existing infrastructure, existing building infrastructure, it's just under 400 million of the budget that's allocated. So the good news is we are within the range of the Gordian Sightlines target number. That said, nearly 270 million of that 394 is still funding being worked on. It's to be determined. It's not in the bank yet. So a significant amount of work for funding mechanisms is still needed. Lastly, I just want to point out one of the other initiatives we've been working hard on, as Chip mentioned, is space reduction. This plan over the next 5 years reflects 36 projects across the system of buildings and spaces to be removed. There's another 25 to 30 projects that actually aren't currently reflecting in this list, but are in discussions and potentially likely to happen over the next 5 years. So building reductions will also have an impact on our needed maintenance, deferred maintenance, and the average condition of our facilities. So there's definitely a good story to tell there as well. And like I said, I'd be happy to answer any questions, but as mentioned, the lists that are in your report are our current lists, but they are also work in progress, so subject to change. Thank you.
Ryan, and handing it back to you, to your point that sometimes working documents, I would note that the materials that we have distributed for today's meeting, last I looked, I think this is still accurate, don't yet reflect what I believe will soon be the updated name of Beryl Warner Williams Hall and reflect the older name. Just wanted to acknowledge that point, given that we're in the midst of that particular issue, and with in recognition of all the hard work by everybody who's involved in that particular effort. With that, Ryan, we'll hand it back to you, and glad to answer any questions that we can or participate in any additional discussion.
I have one more item, Mr. Chair, as part of our report, but we could pause here for questions around the 5-year plan if you would like.
Yeah, why don't we do that while it's fresh?
Chair?
Question? Yes. Trustee Gardner.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I guess Ryan and Chip, one of the questions that, and it's a big question, sorry to ask it this way, but what $1 billion over the next 5 years, the way I understand that will be, if everything came together, our best estimate of the cost, and we were able to say yes to everything. Is that the way to think about that?
Yeah, so I will jump in there, Ryan, if that would be helpful. So when we do the longer term capital plans, Trustee Gardner, we do the longer out in time, the more aspirational we encourage people to be as they're putting their plans together. So when it's that, one way to think about this is for the 1 year plan, nothing goes in the 1 year plan unless there's money to pay for it. In the master plan, we typically don't have any of the money that we need to pay for the master plan. It's a vision for the future of campus. And then when you have a longer term capital plan that lies somewhere between there, and I recognize that that's a big region in between 1 year and a master plan, it's aspirational with some resources identified, but not all. So as Carolyn mentioned, the 5-year plan is actually more substantially funded than it ordinarily is, with a lot of the novel funding approaches with your and the Chancellor's support that we're pursuing, and some of the philanthropy and other resources that have been made available, and the leadership of folks like Dean Humphrey and President Freeney Monday and President Cummings and others doing major projects. UMFK has a major project underway right now. So yes, if money were no object, that's where we're at, but it's not pie in the sky at the 5 year. More than half of the resources are already identified, And the question is, how far towards that aspirational plan can we get? And each year we find out a little bit more.
And as the plan plays out, and it will evolve and change as every year goes by. But if we found ourselves with something less than our aspirational amount of funding, which is most likely the case, how do we choose, or how do we recommend, how do you folks recommend to the board the best projects to move the system ahead? Not a campus, but a system.
Brian, would you like me to jump in on that?
Chip, well,
Yeah.
let me say something on this. That's some of the work that we want to accomplish between now and the end of the year. I think it's a legitimate question. It's a question that I brought up in-house a number of months ago. It has had some work done on it. I've now told you that it is our intention to give guidance on that subject by the end of the year. So in fairness, Chip's been busy. Carolyn's been busy, and I gave him a whole bunch of new assignments on top of it. So I don't think it's an unreasonable time frame in which we've mapped out for ourselves to give a more substantial answer to that question. It is a real question. It deserves an answer. We will have an answer, or at least a recommended answer to that. We're not running away from this. Capital expenditure and our infrastructure is a major concentration point for me and how I look at my job, and very happy to have a strong team to do that with. Although they may have been underappreciated and underutilized in the past, we appreciate them and we want to utilize them a whole lot more.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. I just was wanted to think about the timeline and how you were thinking about it, Chancellor. And Chip, I know you did a tremendous job with what you've been doing, so I wasn't trying to have you be on top of that. I just wanted to understand the projection of what we're looking at.
Yep, I didn't take it that way, Trustee Gardner, and as to my own response, what the Chancellor said.
Are there any other questions on this?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Trustee Riley.
I'm thrilled to see this, and I think but it raises lots of questions, and I think it's especially thrilling to see it given what you've all been dealing with. So the fact that this didn't get backburnered is really terrific, so thank you. I had one technical question on the 5-year plan where between status and funding source, there's 1, 2s, and 3s. Is that priority? Do we assume a number 1 is a top priority?
If I may, it is a priority numbering system that we came up with last year, or probably 2 years at this point ago. And it currently is based specifically on the project type. So that priority number is determined specifically tied to the type of project that it is. And it's assigned that way. The campuses may have actually put in a different priority number when they put their data in the database, but it was overridden by our formulaic priority assignment at this point. And 1 is the top, and 0 is not more than 1. It's not assigned.
Okay. So I guess that's where, I hope where we can go is to make this more of a plan than the roll up of activities. So particularly where we have to raise 175 million in fundraising and gifts, and another 436 million, I think, was the number to be determined. When you come on as a new board member, there's all this capital construction that was approved eons ago, and it's hard to get your arms around. And I think it would be wonderful to have a set of criteria about system-wide where are our most important investments, so that we can really focus fundraising and the limited capacity we have to raise money on those priorities. And maybe that's what this is, but I don't feel like we get the criteria, and maybe we're not quite ready there. And I think one of the things I'd like to see is a crosswalk to Gordian. I know particularly, and Joan knows I'm going to say this, at UMaine, the thing that struck me most about especially on the heels of President Cummings' compelling evidence that dorms matter for retention. The status of the dormitories, the residence halls at UMaine are high on the Gordian list and lower on the list here. So how do those priorities get set? How much money do these, I think an argument can be made for very little new construction and just fix what we have and get it up to snuff before we go invest in a whole bunch of new stuff, although recognizing that you can't stop the world. I just think we have more to do here, and it's important and exciting work, and this is a great first step.
I would just say to that we have a lot more work to do, but this is a major piece of work, and it represents a very different view of the importance of infrastructure to the system, including its ability to attract and retain students. I do want to say one other thing, Trustee Riley. We have many buildings that should not be invested in. A major part of what we have to do is to make that determination. And part of the work that we will be doing and bring back to you by the end of the year is a more thorough rating of buildings as they currently exist, and the likelihood that they should or should not be invested in.
Good, thanks.
Other questions on this?
Chair Owen?
Yes, Trustee McMahon.
Chip, can you give us an idea of the economic assumptions in this 5-year plan? Are we assuming today's prices? Are we assuming last year's prices? Are there any inflation assumptions in there? Because given the run-up in the last 6 to 9 months, $1 billion won't buy $1 billion in 5 years.
Typically, we do not make inflation assumptions at this stage of the planning process, Trustee McMahon. It certainly is something we can look at, and I would look to Carolyn to correct or clarify my comment.
Yeah, I would just add that these are, as we mentioned, aspirational budget numbers, and they are just budget numbers. So in some cases, some of the projects that we know are expected to come in outer years, they are estimated with that date in mind, to the point that they've been estimated. But yes, there are a lot of different line items on this budget, and to say that we've included an inflation number on all of those would not be accurate. So.
The other thing I should mention, Trustee McMahon, is that I don't want to minimize the value of the 5-year plan, because I think it's really, really important and a great springboard for moving forward. I also don't want to make it out to be more than it is, which is every project on this list has not been through a review by an AE firm, for example. So these estimates are often our best estimates, and in combination with the campus's best estimate based on some fairly broad rules of thumb and those sorts of things. So much more work to be done typically in the projects in years 2 through 5, what those costs will really be before we would, for example, actually bid a project or anything like that. But we typically get in the ballpark.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Could you talk a little bit about, I remember in the legislature hearing about the Gordian study, the sightlines plan, and how that was developed. Could you talk a little bit about the relation? I don't know if that was done and it's over and now we're moving on, or is that an ongoing process? And how does that mesh with this 5-year plan? Are they, is that informing this list, or how does that work?
I can jump in there if that's acceptable to the chair. Yep. So in a variety of ways, Trustee Cates. So the Sightlines / Gordian effort is an ongoing effort. We think of it more as a annual benchmarking exercise rather than a one-time effort. And we do that on an annualized basis. So you will see a report from Gordian each year with what the updated performance indicators are, and how much better, or in many cases recently, how much worse something might be. That's how I can tell you that our density has improved. We know our carbon emissions have improved dramatically. We know that our net asset value and the condition of our facilities is a real challenge area for us. It's also how we know what the scope and scale of the outstanding need is in general. And it's also how we know that it's a competitive sore point for us, because the benchmarking data strongly indicates that our competitors writ large are in a better position than we are on most of the capital infrastructure metrics. With how we use the data beyond informing that broad understanding and sharing it with you and having it in our own minds, we do use it, and it may be one of the things over the remainder of this year that we look at using it in an increasing way to inform the capital prioritization project. So for example, when we see a project come forward, and when I see a project come forward from a campus that's proposing to spend a large amount of money in a building that has a 90% net asset value, we ask some pretty pointed questions before that project moves forward. Likewise, when the building has a 10% net asset value or condition rating, we ask some questions there as well, because before you invest in a facility that's that low of a level, you really want to make sure that's the right thing to do, to the chancellor's point, rather than, for example, a renovation through replacement. So we do use that data as a screen, if you will, for the capital plans, but I think there's room to use that data more and to spread the use of that data among our colleagues even more as well. Was that on point, Trustee Cates?
Yes, thank you very much.
Other questions? Okay, seeing none, I think we are ready to move on to our action items.
Mr. Chair.
Hello, yes.
One item left.
Oh, sorry, Brian.
Yep, sorry, no problem. So just a reminder for board members, especially our newer members, that after the initial budget approval by the board, our office does 3 forecasts throughout the fiscal year to compare budget to actuals. We do that usually in October after the final fall census. We do another forecast in late February, and then a final one at the May board meeting. As you would imagine, forecasts this year have been predictably really volatile, driven by huge changes brought on by the pandemic. So I'm going to share with you the final fiscal year 21 forecast. Hopefully you can see that now. So our original budget forecasted a deficit of approximately 16 million. You can see that right here in the lower left-hand column. That was balanced through a combination of federal support and smaller reserve transfers. Important to note that about 2/3 of those losses we were experiencing on the auxiliary side, driven by room and board losses, but also increased expenses as we were dealing with COVID. By the time we got to March, that gap had almost doubled, coming in at 27 million for our campuses. That was offset by some modest savings you can see here in our employee benefit pool. That biggest budget variance in our second forecast, as you can see here, was at the University of Maine, about 80 to 90% of that gap. The new forecast, which you'll find in this column, the 430 forecast, is up about 2.5 million, total predicted losses of about 27.8 million, about 30.3 million at our campuses. Nearly 19 million of that loss is in the auxiliary side. So as was the case with the second forecast, most of this increased gap is also here at the University of Maine, although the University of Maine at Farmington saw their gap increase by nearly 450,000. If there is a bright spot to this forecast, it's clear that most of the deficit is COVID related. Ideally, that will be phasing out and is not representative of larger structural imbalances. We can see that if I was presenting the FY22 budget as I originally planned, I would roll seamlessly into that budget and show you that, but you'll have to trust me on that, and we'll continue that conversation later this month. So I can't do this forecast without acknowledging how grateful we are for the support from our federal delegation. It is really difficult. I've dealt with some really difficult budgets. It is really difficult for me to see how this would have come together, how there would have been a path forward without that federal support. So we're incredibly grateful for that. To the right of the spreadsheet over here, you'll see all of our campus plans to get budgets back into balance. And I want to emphasize that they do all get back into balance using a combination of CARES Act funding, some university reserve support, as well as some system budget stabilization funds. So that completes what I hope will be my final forecast for fiscal year 21, and happy to answer any questions on that. I will note, I just forgot, you will see unrestricted investment income here down at the bottom. So as I mentioned, here's what we budget, and this is how our forecasts have changed since the beginning of the year. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Ryan, are there questions about any of what we've heard?
Chair,
Trustee Gardner.
just a compliment. I think it's, I know a lot of it's coming in from CARES Act and federal and state funding, but it's quite an accomplishment to be able to close that gap and do what we did. And I think everybody did a terrific job there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Vice Chancellor Lowe and your team. As always, excellent information, well presented, and we greatly appreciate it. Now on to action items. We've already done the first one, which I unintentionally took out of order this morning with the reappointment of the Chancellor. So we'll go to tab 7, tenure at the time of hire, and that is for Vice Chancellor Placido.
Thank you, sir. We would like the board's permission to grant tenure at the time of hire for Dr. Vijay Divabhaktuni. Dr. Volin mentioned this morning in his presentation that UM has a major effort underway to attract and retain faculty at the highest level. We have to be able to provide these types of incentives to compete for top talent. Dr. Vijay Divabhaktuni will join us as a new chair of the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. The ASA committee has reviewed this request, and we are now seeking your approval. And I'll offer President Free-Monday if she'd like to say anything as well.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Placido. I would just say that this is an extraordinary opportunity to hire a skilled professional with a wonderful record. He's a tenured professor at Purdue University Northwest, PhD in electrical engineering is from Carleton University, more than 280 publications, strong record of research, and he's advised 14 PhD dissertations. An extraordinary candidate, and we do hope to be able to bring him here as a tenured professor.
Thank you, President Free-Monday. So the text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Academic and Student Affairs Committee and approves tenure at the rank of professor to Dr. Vijay Divabhaktuni to be effective June 7, 2021. Could I have a motion?
So
moved.
Second.
Did you get that, Ellen?
I did.
Okay. Could you before we take a vote, are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I would ask that you call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane, Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson, Trustee Donnelly, Trustee Ames, Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo. The motion is carried.
We seem to have had some melt among our board members, but most or all of them have indicated they had to hop in and out for various reasons, and some of them will be back, I'm sure, shortly. So we'll just press ahead. Next is tab 8, which is the Wyden Hall renovation at the University of Maine at Presque Isle. President Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under Board Policy 701, we're asking for your approval to expend little over 3.7 million in funds that came from the 2018 facilities and infrastructure improvement bonds on Wadeen Hall. This is going to be expended in the athletics part of Wadeen, which includes our gymnasium and some other parts of the athletics facilities, which is really our main athletic facilities on campus, which is in significant need of these upgrades. That includes structural upgrades to the roof, as well as particularly the flooring of the gymnasium to bring it into NCAA Division III standards within the NAC conference. It's also it's part one and phase 1 and 2 of our overall campaign for the building. But this is a standalone segment of it, which allows us to complete this work, which is the most critical work in regards to our athletic programming and student retention. There is also an additional $500,000 that is being undertaken right now to finish the capital improvements we need, and we should reach that goal within the end of the month.
Thank you, President Rice. So the text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees, before I say that, I should note that this was approved and forwarded to the board at the FFT meeting in early May. So it has been recommended by FFT. So the text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facility, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine at Presque Isle to expend up to $3,757,000 from 2018 bond funds to begin the renovation of Wadeen Hall. Could I have a motion? Moved by Trustee Doak.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Michaud. Any questions or comments? All right, seeing none, if you could call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly, Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Michaud,
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Next up is the Randall Student Center renovation. And for that, I will call on President White.
Thank you. In January of 2020, the Board of Trustees approved a $6.8 million renovation in addition to the Randall Student Center. And the project was funded from a combination of general obligation bonds and UMA reserves. But at the start of the pandemic, I placed the project on hold because of the financial uncertainty the pandemic brought. Since then, we made a few different moves. We privatized our textbook operation, as have 5 of the other campuses. And that allowed us to free up significant amount of storage space as well as office space. And then we also worked with Sodexo, who is our food service provider, in order to move our spirit store, which sells the swag and the notebook sorts of things, into the cafe. And that then freed up the retail space that the bookstore had been using. The primary objective that I had in the addition was to create a student lounge space. It had been taken over by administration years ago before my arrival. And I felt strongly that we needed to put the student center back into the student center. And so we are currently working on those renovations. They are not expensive. We have moved student life and student government down into the office and former storage space. And so the need for a new addition to the building has substantially gone away. The rest of the project was really moving folks around, making overcrowded offices, particularly advising and financial aid, giving them some space for the growth that they have had over any number of years. And so now what we have is about a $2 million renovation, all funded from the general obligation bond funds that were allocated to UMA and not using any of our reserves. Just as a reminder, UMA has the highest density factor of any UMS campus, meaning we have more people per square foot than any other UMS campus. Our net asset value is at 68%, which is the highest in the system. And this particular building has a net asset value of 74%. And this renovation would slightly adjust that, but not by much. But it is a building that is worthy of investment. In addition, with this new proposal, we are both modernizing the space, but also leaving UMA's reserves untouched for future use. The renovation will create a one-stop enrollment center, providing students with easy access to support services. It also updates student-facing offices of admissions, financial aid, advising, veteran services, and enrollment information services, and moves non-student facing services like IT out of the building in order to create room for those student-facing services. In addition, there will be some improved ventilation and air handling. We have already sort of put a proposal out to bid consistent with system policy. Once the Finance Committee approved it, we are expecting to get bid openings tomorrow and would be able to move forward starting June 1st with the project duration expected to be about 12 weeks and hopefully finished before classes resume in September. Again, the project is now 2 million, down 4.8 million from 6.8 million, and is funded entirely from a general obligation bond.
Thank you, President White. So the text of the proposed resolution is, and I should add, again, that this was approved and forwarded to this board by the FFT committee at its May 5th meeting. The proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facility, and Technologies Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine at Augusta, to expend up to $2,150,000 in funds from the 2018 General Obligation Bond to renovate the Richard J. Randall Student Center. This project replaces the Randall Student Center renovation and addition project authorized in January of 2020. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Riley,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Martin. Any questions,
Sure.
comments? Trustee Cates.
Thank you. I don't know if this is a first or not, but I think it's pretty extraordinary that a president of one of the campuses was successful, if you will, in getting the board to approve a $6.8 million capital project. And then on further reflection, think, maybe we don't really need to spend all this money, and coming back with a revamped renovation project for 2 point something. I think that's wonderful that happened. And I just want to commend President White for doing that. I don't know if it's certainly not happened in my vast experience of 2 months on the board, but if it ever happened before, I'd be surprised too. Thank you.
And if it ever happens again, we'll be thrilled.
Thank you for your support.
White, you obviously have, President White, you obviously have not spent enough time around state government to know how this is supposed to work.
I think that's not true.
I know that. Any other questions or comments on this motion item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are on to tab 10, which is the repaving Main Street ERP project proposal. And this would be for Chief Information Officer Demers.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Irwin. Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a short presentation to walk folks through just for some context of where we're going. And at the risk of being the antithesis of President Wyke, this one is going to cost a little bit more than we may have originally thought, so I apologize for that, but it's all for a good reason. It was 3 years ago at the May Board of Trustees meeting where we actually brought to the board a 4-step plan that would really talk about building the bridge between where we are with our current ERP system and where we need to go, particularly in light of our move to unified accreditation. For context for our new Board of Trustees members, we are currently running PeopleSoft as our underlying ERP system. We run 3 modules of PeopleSoft. That includes the student information system, which is called Campus Solutions. Our HR system and financials are also built in an integrated ERP platform. It was 16 years ago when the university adopted the PeopleSoft environment, and that was born out of a need to move away from a legacy mainframe application called ISIS. And at that time, when the transition was made, there were some concessions given to campuses to maintain some autonomy in terms of keeping their configuration and data coding schemes somewhat unique from campus to campus. That separation of data has compromised many of our current initiatives, including the diagram that I'm showing here on the left, is the fact that even though we share the student information system, a single database where all students are housed, when those students matriculate on different campuses. So if they are enrolled in courses on different campuses, even though they may be taking courses in the same degree program, oftentimes those codes don't match. So that really compromises our ability to streamline transfer of credits from campus to campus, to establish opportunities for course cross-listing, and most importantly, to be able to spur and foster collaborative degree programming across the system. It also creates some anxiety for our IR, our institutional research folks, in terms of being able to analyze, retrieve, and pull reports out of the system. So we knew back then that it would be in our best interest to move to a more comprehensive system where we take advantage of the fact that we have all of our student information housed in a single database. So when a student is coded in the system, regardless of campus, we can actually get a little bit of an insight in terms of where that student is in their degree progress and how to transfer credits and improve native credit opportunities for students enrolling in courses across campus lines, if you will. It would also help us to achieve some operational efficiency, to streamline the coding that we would have within the system. And this is really the future state that we're aiming for. So as I said, 3 years ago at the May Board of Trustees meeting, we brought forth a 4-step plan. Step 3 of that process was just completed this past spring, and that was to conduct a whole ERP assessment with a consultation partner. We hired Huron to come in and help with the Main Street evaluation in June of 2020. And over the past several months, they have engaged with stakeholder offices to really identify what opportunities exist with our current platform to move forward to achieving that future state. The work that Huron did spanned from July through April of this year, and they did a number of surveys and questionnaires and workshops with campus stakeholder offices. They took all of the information gathered to really identify the opportunities that lay ahead of us for improvement within the environment and how to build that roadmap to achieve that future state ERP environment. The last step of that is to actually generate a report, which is a roadmap that helps us to figure out what we're going to do with our Main Street environment. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. In addition to the timeline that I just shared, just to point out that Huron did an incredible job taking tons of data. They had over 700 surveys distributed out to functional offices, collected over 22,000 data points. They actually conducted multiple hours of workshops with various participants. And in the end, they identified more than 300 opportunities for the University Main System to consider as we're building out that roadmap to a future state ERP solution. So really what we're talking about here is taking those 300 opportunities, prioritizing them, and really classifying them into two buckets. Those that help us to achieve a unified accreditation and support unified accreditation, and then those that are really aligned with achieving some optimization, some efficiencies, some automation within the platform that we're not currently taking advantage of. So we're taking these 28 or so projects and mapping them out to figure out the timing it would take to pull this all off and the amount of money it's going to take to actually get us to that end game. In terms of the benefits that we would receive by going down this road, I'm going to focus on a couple of different functional areas. The most important is the student information system. By taking a hard look at how we have our campus solutions environment architected, this is going to help us greatly to do things that are both mandated and sort of nice to have, optional opportunities for improvement. Most importantly, in our financial aid arena, with our approval of unified accreditation, the Department of Ed has mandated that the University of Maine system move from individual campus OPEID numbers. So these are the numbers that the financial aid folks in the Department of Ed use to identify campus location. They are asking us to move to a single OPEID, and that is work that is woven in to this environment. So mapping that out, knowing what the ramifications are, and how to take best advantage of opportunities like that are really what we're talking about. We also know that there's ample opportunity to improve student self-service. If you talk to any one of our current students in the University of Maine system, they will tell you that navigating the Main Street environment is not for the faint of heart. It is, our students are resilient for being able to survive getting around in that environment. So we know that there's plenty of opportunity to make improvements there, and we are already layering in some interface enhancements to actually help navigation of the campus solutions environment much easier. You've heard from Jeff St. John in terms of our initiative to achieve a unified course catalog. That initiative, sponsored by the Chancellor, has kicked off in earnest earlier this month, and we are in the process of starting to map out course coding conventions so that we can actually allow students to look at course options and offerings across any University of Maine system campus, regardless of their home institution, and then figure out what their most efficient path to degree completion actually is, and then using the tools within Main Street to actually help map that campus or that educational timeline out for themselves. We also know that we can take better advantage of the embedded functionality within the PeopleSoft environment to achieve some automation and efficiency gains, and then just be able to be much more intentional with our overall data integrations. On the finance and budget side, the recommendation from Huron is that there are cloud-enabled budget solutions and finance solutions that we should take advantage of that would really help us to better automate many of the processes that are manually driven right now, including things that require paper routing from office to office, and get away from those and take advantage of inherent functionality within the platform. Full integration with student financials will help streamline processes across the board and make life easier for most of our functional offices, as well as our students. On the same side of the coin, the human resources environment is ripe for moving to a cloud-enabled environment to help us really optimize our recruiting and onboarding processes, expand self-service capabilities, have greater and tighter integration with payroll and integration with the GL on the budget side, as well as to have more robust performance management processes and automation. And then just by our re-architecting and taking a step back and knowing where we need to go with our overall ERP solution, that will help greatly enhance our ability to report data out of the ERP and be able to make more timely and informed decisions based on what we have and what we see within the platform. And then tons of technology debt that we have within our systems. I talked again 3 years ago at this meeting about the thousands of customizations that we currently have in our PeopleSoft environment. So getting away from those and taking better advantage of the functionality embedded within that ERP system is going to be critical for our success going forward. So how does this all map out? It's easy to say that these are the improvements that we're going to gain, but this is all going to come down to time and money and balancing it. So at our best guess at this point, based on what Huron has recommended, we are looking at a 2-year implementation process to move our HR and payroll environment to a cloud-enabled environment. Likewise, in parallel, we would actually take on the effort to move our finance and budget modules into a cloud-enabled environment on that same 2-year timeline. By doing those in the first 2 years of the initiative, that will help drive and establish a foundation for how we can actually overhaul the student information system and those integration points that I talked about, particularly with student financials and financial aid. So that is going to occur over a lengthier period of time because it's much more detailed work and a lot more nuance. So really redefining our operating model for our academic affairs unit. And that's work that Dr. Placido has led as Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs. The Unified Catalog Initiative I described is all about aligning our resources so that we can better serve our students. So taking advantage of that and mapping out the roadway to building our new Main Street environment is going to take us about 5 years at our best estimate, and then unifying everything so that we have standard coding, standard processes across the board while retaining the campus uniqueness and the identity of the individual campuses to serve their students in the best way possible is really what we're aiming for here. So a 5-year time frame to pull all that together. Of course, this is going to cost money. The first 2 years of the project, I'm calling out here because we've earmarked the money available to fund these first 2 years through temporary investment income, and the returns that you saw Ryan talk about just a little while ago are going to be a huge component of the source of money to fund these first 2 years. The out years are a little more contingent on some actions that we anticipate occurring at the state, mostly the increase in state appropriation, which is in the governor's supplemental budget. If that is approved, then we expect that we'll be able to commit $9.1 million of that additional appropriation to basically cover the rest of the gap for a full project budget of about $16.8 million. So what we're here today to ask the Board of Trustees is approval to at least commence with the first 2 years of the spending plan while we wait results of the legislature making a determination on the supplemental budget to determine whether or not we can move forward with the full 5-year funding opportunities or whether we have to go to Plan B, which would be to seek external funding opportunities in the for years 3 through 5 of the project proposal. So I'm happy to address any questions. That's as quick as I can go through this presentation. And I know that there are probably questions on the budget and how that's going to be mapped out.
Questions for Robert? I'm sorry, for David?
Chair?
Yes, Sven?
Quick question for you, David. Are these separate modules of the existing PeopleSoft platform, or are these third-party disparate databases that these like the payroll HR, then the budgeting, are these different modules of the same core system, or are these kind of separate technologies we're bringing in?
So part of our plan is to do a bit of an RFQ to evaluate other third-party tools in the HR and budget space that might be good fits, but our primary target right now is to move to Oracle cloud-based solutions. So they are variations on the existing platforms that Oracle has purchased, and they are actually forcing or encouraging folks to move to their cloud-enabled platforms. So the benefit of sticking with the Oracle tools is it streamlines the integration potential and actually enhances the integration potential between that and the student's information system. But that said, we want to make sure we make the best fit selection for where we are today and where we need to go in the future.
And with the enhancements, I would suspect you'll see dramatic efficiencies compared to where you're currently at. And I think some of that probably isn't quantified in the out years of this project in terms of the budget costs for this. I suspect some of those costs will be moved to more of a net neutral kind of position for budget implications in the out years.
I think that's an accurate statement. We will definitely see a shift in operating dollars over to software subscription, where there might be less dependency on staff required to maintain various environments as we move forward. But as you said, that all will be mapped out and fall into place as we start to realize the benefits that we'll achieve through a move to these cloud-enabled environments.
Thank you.
Other questions? David, I have one, and looking at the 3 different elements of this, the one that stands out to me as being and maybe this is just a lack of depth on my part, but the one that stands out as being the one that speaks most closely to unified accreditation and student success is the campus solutions piece of this, which is a 5-year project. Is there, I assume you thought this through, but I wonder if you could talk a little bit about whether there was an option to prioritize that first and maybe get it done faster, rather than start with the other two. I'm just curious to know how you got to this final configuration of how you're going to move forward.
Yeah, that's a good question, Chair Owen. Huron actually recommended or provided 3 options for us to consider. One of them was to actually delay the budget implementation to the end of the project, but that would require us to go back and re-engineer things like the integration for financial aid and student financials. So while it appears that we're delaying a bit on the student information side, we're starting work, even we've already begun work on what's going to be required in the student information system now, and that will take us 5 years to actually get to a point where we can flip a switch and say, this environment has been transformed. The foundational elements of the budget overhaul and the HR overhaul will help greatly with our identity management, which is a pain point in student information system right now, as well as the integration with financial aid and student financials. So while we're building that foundation in those 2 modules, that will inform directly how we're going to overhaul those environments on the student information side. In the interim, I don't want to make it sound like we're not going to do anything in the student information side, because we're rolling out a new interface for the PeopleSoft environment. The new Main Street experience is going to occur in the fall, and that is going to greatly streamline access to the functionality within that environment. And I expect that we're going to see students being satisfied with just that enhancement alone. But once we get all these underpinnings and the revised academic model in place, then we can open the door for the plethora of opportunities that will exist as a result of unified accreditation, such as those collaborative degree programs, being able to select and enroll any course across the university and have it contribute to your degree, seeing those courses that you take on other campuses satisfy requirements within your degree plan. Those are all things that we'll be rolling out over the next couple of years as we're building out this 5-year time frame. So I know it looks on that map that that star is only going to kick in year 5, but we're going to be rolling out improvements from year 1 through 5 all the way.
Come in? Oh, I'm in a meeting right now. I'm sorry.
Chair Irwin, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. That answers my question, and I appreciate the explanation. Any other questions? If not, I will go to the text of the proposed resolution. If I can find it. And the text of the proposed resolution, and again, this was approved by the FFT committee earlier this month, that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system to expend up to $7.8 million to support the first 2 years of the 5-year Repaving Main Street ERP re-implementation initiative, with the remaining funding to be derived from a variety of sources, including external funding agencies. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Donnelly.
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Gardner. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew.
Yes.
Trustee Kane.
Yes.
Trustee Doak.
Yes.
Trustee Dobson.
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly.
Yes.
Trustee Irwin.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Cates.
Yes.
Trustee Martin.
Yes.
Trustee McMahon.
Yes.
Trustee Mishu.
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Right, thank you. And thank you, David, for your persistence in this project over the years. We appreciate it. So next is tab 11, which is the ASCC Building Edition, Green Engineering and Materials, or GEM Factory of the Future. And I think I see Habib Degar lurking on the screen. He's already halfway through his presentation. So welcome.
Thank you. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And we have an exciting opportunity to update you on the Factory of the Future. I don't know if the president wants to start first.
I'll just start quickly. This is what happens when you tell Habib he only has limited time. He starts the presentation, which is great. I'm just delighted to introduce you, to those of you who do not know him, to Habib Dagher, the founding executive director of our world-renowned Advanced Structures and Composites Center. He's also the Bath Iron Works professor of structural engineering here in the University of Maine College of Engineering. And he has a very exciting proposal today. Basically, the request before you is authorization to invest up to $1.5 million in the preliminary design of the organization, the building, and the activity that Habib is about to describe. So thank you, Habib.
Thank you, President Ferini-Mundi. The Factory of the Future builds on our work at large-scale additive manufacturing. If you recall, a little over a year ago, we printed a boat, the 5,000-pound boat that was 25 feet long, and it was the largest in the world. And what we'd like to do is build on that, if you wish, and keep the university and the state of Maine ahead of this technology space. There's thereby the Factory of the Future. The Factory of the Future, you can imagine it as not just a single 3D printer, but a number of 3D printers, as well as other pieces of manufacturing equipment, digitally controlled and AI enabled, to allow us to print very large structures. Two of the main markets we're looking at are not only shipbuilding, but also housing. For example, if you look at housing applications, the state of Maine right now has a need for about 200,000 or 20,000 low-income housing units. Each today costs about close to $200,000 each. And imagine a 600 square foot low-income housing unit costing close to $200,000. So that's roughly close to a $4 billion market just in Maine for low-income housing units. And as you know, we have a lot of issues producing these homes right now in Maine. There's not enough labor. There's not enough materials. Material costs are skyrocketing. So one opportunity we have is potentially to print these homes. And the Factory of the Future is going to allow us to develop the technologies to allow us to print homes like that. Imagine, fast forward 10 years from now, 5 years from now, where we may have factories of the future built in the state of Maine near the population centers, where you can email drawings of a housing unit, and they can be printed and then shipped to the site in record time. We can have factories of the future printing 200-foot vessels on the coast of Maine and put them in the water. And this is where we're trying to get at. But what's really most important in all of this is the training we're going to provide the students. So as part of the Factory of the Future, we envision students being trained in AI as well as manufacturing all in one space. We've envisioned a new education program to allow us to provide students with certificates for every 100 hours of work they work in the laboratory. And by putting 4 certificates together, they can get almost a minor, if you wish, in a particular field. Here's an example of different fields that students can come and work in. And this could be students from all across UMS and all across campus. They don't have to be engineers. For example, a student can earn 4 badges in data analysis and get a certificate in that. A student could be in a music program and decides they want to get into computer programming. They can earn badges in computer programming and work in the lab, and every 100 hours is equivalent to 4 credit hour course. And when they collect 4 badges, they get an electronic certificate they can put on their resume as they go to get a job. Here's a particular example. Say we have a music student that really likes computing. They can take 2 computing classes, cost $125 and cost $225, and come work for us for 100 hours in the lab under very, very strict learning goals. And then following that, the students can get a badge, and that's one way to earn a badge, as an example. So why are we here today? We're here today because over the last couple of months, we've had some significant interest from the federal government to potentially invest in this facility. If we can get the funding would arrive in September of 2022. So in order for us to be able to move forward, not waste time, our goal is to go ahead and get the building designed between now and then. And when the federal funding arrives and other funding arrives, we can go ahead and start construction and not lose a year. So what you have before you is a motion to invest $1.5 million in design work, so we can get the design done this year while the federal funds are being developed and come to us here in September. Thank you very much. Back to you, President Farini-Mundy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. President Farini-Mundy, do you have anything further on this?
No, thank you. We'll take questions if you have them.
Yeah. Questions for either President Farini-Mundy or Habib? Hearing none. Can someone take down the screen share? Thank you. So this was approved by the FFT committee earlier this month, and the text of the proposed resolution is as follows: that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system, acting through the University of Maine, expend up to $1.5 million to proceed with the design of a green engineering and materials, or GEM, factory of the future, with all final terms and conditions subject to review and approval of the University of Maine System Treasurer and General Counsel. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Kane, seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Very good, thank you. On to tab 12, which is the lease request for the University of Maine School of Law. And for that, I will turn to Vice Chancellor Thielen.
Thank you, Chair Irwin. I would note, like some previous items, particularly the repaving Main Street item, this matter was before the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee on May 5th and was approved and recommended for full board approval. But we felt, given the significance of the item, that it would be good for public transparency purposes to have this presentation outside of the consent agenda items. So I'll take just a couple of minutes to review the basic nature of the transaction that we're asking you to finally approve here today. Board members will recall that an opportunity was presented to the university system to purchase a building downtown last fall. That was not practical or feasible for the system to entertain last fall. But the purpose for doing so was very clear. The current law school building is as we've noted in your materials, we believe functionally obsolete and would require far greater capital investment than would be worth given the nature of the building to bring it up to educational standards for where we are. But more importantly, to fix basic problems with the building envelope that if we attempted to undertake could well cost far more than the $1 or $2 million that we believe would be necessary just to make it habitable on a going forward basis. With all of that in mind, we released a request for information last fall looking for suitable lease space that the law school could use while we are looking at a longer term trajectory to build a new main center building on the USM campus. We did not get good proposal responses back last fall. However, we learned through that process that the building that had been available to purchase was no longer on the market for purchase, but would be available for lease. That is the building
that we are seeking your final authorization now to lease. I'll briefly touch on the lease terms that we described for the FFT committee. We have the opportunity to lease the CIEE building at 300 4th Street for a 5-year term at a fixed price for the entire 5 years of $15 a square foot. That calculates out to $957,000 annually for the cost of the lease. I know it's important for board members to understand the financial consequences and the comparison of moving to the new building as opposed to being in the old. Put aside the cost of renovation at the moment, because we were talking about a significant capital investment to fix the old building, and there is some capital investment that we believe will be needed at the new building. So put that aside just for a second. There is a savings in the annual operating cost. If the old building is raised, we save $420,000 of current operating costs. And cost of operating the new building under the lease would only be $290,000. So there's $130,000 difference on the positive side, operating cost basis, to being in the new building as opposed to the old. Again, keep in mind that that assumes we take down the old building. And that also does not include any additional costs that we would need to have for parking. So we do need to account for that. Let's say when we factor in parking really conservatively, we essentially net out and therefore only have the additional cost of the lease. I would note 2 additional items for the board's consideration before a vote. And that is, we do have the opportunity to take advantage of a $1 million gift from Bobby Monks that he has asked be used specifically for the purpose of covering the renovation costs for moving into the new building. And then I would also note what was not before the Finance Committee on May 5th, but what we now know too, is that the governor has proposed adding $1.5 million in operating costs targeted to the law school that we can use for this purpose. So we would not have the $1 million gift to use toward renovation, and we would presumably not have the $1.5 million proposed appropriation from the governor's supplemental budget, but for making this move. And finally, I just would note that given the significant risk of trying to undertake renovation of the old building, which could be significantly more than we anticipated, and worst case could result in the building being declared to be unfit for any use. All things considered, we believe that this is in the best interest of the university system, certainly the law school, to undertake this move. And finally, appreciating that this is but a step toward having the law school in a new main center building funded in part by the Alphon Foundation's Pledge of Investments. And at that point, we would have the law school back in that building with the main center. So I'm happy to entertain any questions. I would, Chair Irwin, with your indulgence, I'd invite Dean Lee Softly to offer just some comments about the impact of this move on the law school and the planned operations.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, please, Dean Softly.
Thank you, Chair Irwin. I want to begin by thanking everyone. It has taken an enormous amount of time and teamwork and support, and the Chancellor's support for a professional place for the law school is just enormously appreciated. And there's been so much work that's gone into this year. I think it's important for everyone to understand that the system began looking for a new place for the law school in earnest in 2005. Those efforts have been unsuccessful until this year, and not a bit of maintenance has been done on the building in this time, and it has continued to deteriorate. I won't go again into the problems that we have suffered in this building, but I will tell you that the proposed interim placement for the law school will bring a whole new professional placement for the law school, the Graduate and Professional Center, and several partners that will go into this building. It's really a game changer for legal education in Maine. And even though it is only an interim plan, it will make an enormous difference in our ability to grow the law school, which has been limited by the size of the building that we're in right now, and to attract both excellent faculty and wonderful students to the law school. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I just do want to say that all of the effort to make sure we've reviewed this thoroughly and that we're going in the right direction is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Dean Softly. Jim Phelan, did you have anything further?
No, I don't, Chair Irwin, but thank you.
Okay. So let's get the resolution on the table. The text of the resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system to negotiate and execute a lease agreement at or below the not to exceed cost stated herein as a temporary home for the law school, contingent on and subject to review and approval of the terms and conditions by the University of Maine System General Counsel and Treasurer and the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and Board of Trustees.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Martin, seconded by Trustee Doak. Any discussion or comments before we take a vote? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Certainly. Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. And let me just say, I want to thank the board and I want to thank system leadership for the support that everyone has shown for the law school over the last couple of years since we initiated a review by an outside team to help us see a path forward for the law school, which has been struggling in a world of heavy discounting from a supply-demand imbalance in that market. This, even with the knowledge that the Graduate Center was coming, it's still years away, and the law school needed a more immediate solution to its housing situation. And so I want to thank everybody for supporting this. I think it's a critical step for the law school and for eventually the very innovative Maine Center for Graduate Professional Studies. Thank you all very much for that. Next item is the building name recommendation for the Beryl Warner Williams Hall, and that would be President Farini Mundy.
Thank you, Chair Irwin. Is this showing?
Yes.
It is.
Okay. So I bring to you an item that was discussed previously by the FFT and approved, and we are very excited about this today. So I wanted you to all have the chance to participate in this, but it is the recommendation to name the building that was formerly called C.C. Little Hall, and upon which you acted on our recommendation to remove that name several months ago. We present to you the new proposed name, Beryl Warner Williams Hall. And we're just delighted. I'd like to thank the many, many people on this campus and beyond who have been a part of doing the background research, finding possibilities, holding open public opportunities to comment, and then making recommendations in the end for Beryl Warner Williams. She was a Bangor native. She has 2 degrees from the University of Maine. She is buried in Bangor. Her degrees are in mathematics, and also has a minor in English. An extraordinary person who had a wonderful life. Her time at the University of Maine was very rich, as we are learning from conversations with her family. She participated in field hockey, riflery, and the orchestra, where she played the saxophone, I believe. Member of All Maine Women, was elected the first female president of the Penobscot Interracial Forum in Bangor, has the honor of a Doctor of Pedagogy degree, honorary degree from UMaine, and then received the Alumni Career Service Award in 1995. She had an extraordinary career at Morgan State University, where she worked for a number of years, and where there she is seen as the founding mother of continuing education at that institution. She taught in English and in mathematics, taught a number of students there, and also worked as an administrator in their first office of the evening and summer sessions, Dean of Continuing Education, 33 years of service there, named Dean Emerita, and received their Heritage Award. The story is that she was unable to teach in Bangor. She also did a number of very interesting civic kinds of activities and engaged in Baltimore and the state of Maryland and nationally, and you see some of them here. We now have a committee working on what the commemorative material will look like in the building as we both speak of the history of the naming of the building and at the same time highlight Beryl Warner Williams's wonderful career and connections to Maine. So with that, I put this recommendation in front of you and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, President Fredy Mundy. So the text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees accepts the recommendation of the Finance, Facilities, and Technology Committee and authorizes the University of Maine system acting through the University of Maine to rename the former Clarence C. Little Hall as Beryl Warner Williams Hall. Could I have
So
a
moved.
motion?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Riley, seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Any discussion? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
All right, thank you. Our last individual action item is tab 14, exception to board policy 304 for transfer of academic credit. And this is back to Vice Chancellor Placido.
Thank you, sir. The provosts are requesting an exception to board policy 304, which requires that transfer grades be of a C- or better. But during COVID, students from across the country have been awarded a variety of new symbols for grades that reflect pass-fail. Some universities and high schools giving simple pass-fail, a P or an F, and others offering high pass, pass, low pass, and still others giving credit or no credit. Rather than place the burden on the student to prove that their form of pass or fail is the equivalent of a specific letter grade in our policy, we are asking that these grade transfers come in seamlessly for general university credit. Whether any of these such credits would meet a specific degree requirement or prerequisite would still be up to individual academic program managers. The Chancellor and I support this request because it is in the best interest of our students and is empathetic to their struggle during the pandemic. We hope you approve this exception for COVID period transfers.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Placido, Vice Chancellor, sorry, Placido. And so the text of the proposed resolution is that the Board of Trustees approves the request to accept pass and low pass transfer grades for general education credit for the spring 2020 semester and the 2020-2021 and 21-22 academic years. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
By Trustee Martin, seconded by Trustee Doak. Could you, any discussion or questions before we take a vote? Seeing none, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo.
Yes.
The motion is carried.
Thank you. And now we are at the consent agenda, and I will turn the proceedings over to Trustee Gardner.
Thank you, Chair. I move the following resolutions as presented and under the appropriate tabs. Tab 15, the acceptance of the minutes. And you can find the list of the meetings of the minutes on page 125 of our materials. Tab 16, steam and condensate line replacement at the University of Southern Maine. Tab 17, new academic program proposal, a BS in Business Administration and Sport Management at the University of Maine. Tab 18, the new academic program proposal, an MS in Data Science at the University of Southern Maine. Tab 19, University of Maine Fort Kent academic restructuring. Tab 20, University of Maine Presque Isle academic restructuring. Could I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Donnelly. Any discussion or questions on these? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take roll.
Trustee Bartholomew,
Yes.
Trustee Kane,
Yes.
Trustee Doak,
Yes.
Trustee Dobson,
Yes.
Trustee Donnelly,
Yes.
Trustee Irwin,
Yes.
Trustee Gardner,
Yes.
Trustee Cates,
Yes.
Trustee Martin,
Yes.
Trustee McMahon,
Yes.
Trustee Mishu,
Yes.
Trustee Riley,
Yes.
Trustee Rotundo. The motion is carried.
Thank you.
We are, thank you, Trustee Gardner. We are now 15 minutes ahead of schedule. And we have a few more discussion topics to round out our agenda. The first of these is tab 21, which is the University of Maine System Environmental, Social, and Governance, or ESG investment approach. And for that, we will hear from Tracy Elliott.
I would ask if NEPC is on the line yet. They were expecting 355. Otherwise, I can reach out and see if they're available.
Well, we can move things around here if that's helpful.
Okay, let me reach out. Thank you.
Okay. So the tab 23, which is the proposed change to trustee policy 501, the student conduct code, is a little shorter. Is both Associate Vice Chancellor Burdonnett ready and able to go forward with that one?
Hi, Trustee Irwin. I had told people 3:45 because of the sped up calendar. I'll see if they get on a little earlier.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm still missing a key presenter.
How about Jeff St. John? Is he on?
I am here. I'd be happy to bail you out, Chair Irwin.
Oh, I will owe you forever if you could step in and do the unified accreditation update.
You got it. So thank you to you and the trustees for your time.
And I apologize for getting us ahead of schedule. My mistake. I won't ever do that again.
Two updates for all of you under the heading of unified accreditation. The first is a brief recap of our recent visit by a 2-member NACHI evaluation team. As you may recall, this visit is an important preliminary step along the road to our fall 2022 comprehensive evaluation. The 2-member team comprised President Donald Burks from Plymouth State University in New Hampshire and Assistant Vice Chancellor Mike Garn, who's a teaching and learning technology specialist in the University System of Georgia. These 2 visiting evaluators were here May 11 and 12. They held a total of 13 meetings with faculty, students, staff, campus and UMS leaders, and 3 of our trustees, Trustees Irwin, Eames, and Donnelly in their respective board leadership roles. We would characterize the visit as a very productive one. Our evaluators asked thoughtful questions, and they clearly digested the progress reports that we shared with them in advance of their visit. They came with 2 purposes. One was to engage us in an update on our work in implementing unified accreditation. And the other was to gauge progress of the University of Maine Presque Isle in the ongoing work with their competency-based education programs. Toward that end, the combination of reviewers was really outstanding. President Burks at Plymouth State is very interested in change management and working with his own faculty on some change management initiatives in the last few years. And Dr. Garn, our visitor from the University System of Georgia, as President Rice can attest, is nationally expert in the area of competency-based education, serves on a number of national boards, and knew what he was doing in meeting with our UMPI colleagues for that purpose. So NETCHI put together what we think was an appropriate and welcome team for the purpose of this visit. We appreciated their preparation and their level of engagement with us. These evaluators will submit a report to NETCHI in now roughly 6 to 8 weeks. NETCHI will use that report as the basis for a letter to Chancellor Malloy, advising us of ongoing and new areas to improve on or to attend to as we continue our unified accreditation work, our work with UMPI's competency-based programs, and our development of our self-study for the fall 2022 visit. As President Franny Mundy noted earlier today, in citing one of the areas of emphasis for the self-study that was shared with us in a letter to Chancellor Malloy last summer, there are a total of 4 areas from that letter, and then any additional areas as a consequence of the visit just concluded. Those will form areas of focus that we will provide detailed updates on, weaving those into the self-study as it moves forward. As we wait for that report and the letter from NETCHI, however, we remain busy. We have sought feedback from faculty, staff, campus, and UMS leaders who participated in meetings with the evaluation team when they were with us virtually 2 weeks ago. We're using that input along with some preliminary feedback from the evaluators themselves to begin strengthening what we do immediately. And again, further clarity on that as their report goes forward and the letter comes back from NETCHI. And taken together, the informal and formal feedback from the evaluators, from the report, from NETCHI's letter, and from our own campus communities will be tremendous resources for our progress in unified accreditation in the coming year. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that first update now, or I can take questions at the end of the second update. Either way is fine. Second update is on the status of our self-study writing team drafts. As you know, we formed 9 writing teams, each with roughly 8 to 14 members in early February, one for each of NETCHI's 9 standards for accreditation. Each team has been led by a chair or co-chairs. We held training sessions on Zoom in February, and I'm pleased to say that almost every member of every team participated in one of those training sessions. Teams then began to meet. I attended each team's first meeting to discuss with them some options they had for how they could go forward in assigning writing duties and develop their drafts for their respective NETCHI standard. I'm pleased to say that drafts have begun to roll in. I read my first draft from one of the 9 teams last month. It was excellent. That team, because they had a little more time left before their May 31 deadline, took the draft back and began to do some more additional edits and work on it. Just since Friday, 3 more drafts have come in from 3 other teams. As of today, I expect 8 of the 9 drafts to come in by the 1st of June, on time and on target, with the final draft coming in a few days after that by prior agreement with the chair of that writing team. A small editorial group will use this summer to stitch the 9 drafts together to form the first working version of our what's called the narrative for the self-study. It's a roughly 100-page document that tells the story of our progress across those 9 standards outlined by NETCHI. We'll use the development of that first draft to check for repetitive or overlapping content, to check for any errors of fact in the drafts as they've come forward, although we expect very few. And in some cases, we'll begin to move examples from one section of the narrative to another. It is the case that some of the writing teams address similar or overlapping content. For instance, assessment is a topic that's dealt with in the standards in a couple different areas. Academic advising, general education. So we may have teams writing about the same subject matter, and we'll be able to use what they've written to supplement potentially other parts of the narrative. I should also say that, as is often the case with academics, at first they're worried that they won't have enough to say to meet the page range that you've given them. And then as they get toward the end, they've all overshot their limit on page numbers by a wide margin. So I sent out a note last Friday to all the chairs and co-chairs saying, send me your pre-cut version, your, as President Rice called it, his unexpurgated version. And please then also send me your trimmed down version. I'll take everything. And we will use all the material that the teams have put forward to put together the first full best working narrative that we can. That document will undergo numerous additions and revisions over the coming year, but those drafts from the writing teams are crucial. They represent broad community involvement across all of our institutions in the development of our self-study. They help to forge a shared or collective vision of where we're headed with unified accreditation. They provide, again, just a tremendous basis for the work as it goes forward. In the coming year, as I mentioned, we'll add detailed updates about areas that NETCHI has asked us to write about or to improve upon. And then we'll also layer in a further set of updates and examples about areas that we want to highlight. Ongoing University of Maine system and campus level initiatives such as UMS Transforms, Unified Catalog Project, the repaving Main Street work, and similar initiatives. The other half of the overall self-study, in addition to the narrative, is the data. We will be putting together mountains of data. It has to be well organized, it has to be well considered, it has to be clear, and it has to be responsive to a horrible set of forms that NETCHI calls the data first forms. Happily, we have people within the system who are excellent at doing that kind of work. The data team will be a joint campus and UMS team comprising institutional research and assessment staff from across the University of Maine system, along with other campus level experts recommended to us by the provosts who all have an option to give me additional names of people they'd like to see on that team. That work is getting underway this week. The data team will have its first meeting on Wednesday. So as we move into summer, we will have all the pieces of what will be the first draft of the narrative coming in. The data team will be underway and will be not only actually on schedule, but ahead of schedule as we move forward with our self-study work in preparation for the fall 2022 comprehensive evaluation. Those are my two updates, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you might have.
Questions for Jeff? Hearing none, thank you very much for that update, and we'll look forward to continued updates as this process unfolds over the next year or so. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, are we ready to do the ESG proposal, Tracy? Presentation, I'm sorry, Tracy.
Kelly said, Regan with NEPC said she would be able to join by 3:30, so almost.
Okay, Rosa?
My whole team is here if you'd like us to proceed.
What, if you don't mind, Tracy, if we can go ahead with the other piece and then come back to Kelly?
Of course, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Well, and we're thrilled because we originally were your last agenda item at 5 o'clock. So this is a good change. So as you all know, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Rosa Redonnet. I'm the Associate Vice Chancellor for Student Success and Credential Attainment. Every 3 years and mandated under board policy, we have a regular review process of our student conduct code. We knew that going into this year's, we had some important and fundamental work to do. Today, we will be reviewing with you the major adjustments within the code. And between now and July, you will see some additional small adjustments as we complete the review of the language with a DEI perspective. I briefly want to introduce to you the 4 key individuals who have been instrumental in this year's work with the Student Conduct Code. They've played critical and important leadership roles as we've been going through this process. Laura Rodas is the Associate Dean of Students at UMA and was the chair of the UMS Review Committee. Donna Seppi, the Director of Student Success Initiatives for the UMS, and Donna is instrumental in working with and leading our student conduct officers. Sarah Mlinarczyk, who is the Assistant General Counsel here at the UMS and has been stalwart as we have navigated the Student Conduct Code over many years. And Laurel Heil, Deputy General Counsel and Chief Compliance Officer at UMS. She got to have her feet wet this year in the Student Conduct Code. All are available today to answer questions. Today represents a first read of the Student Conduct Code, and to lead you through the critical changes, I'm going to turn things over to Sarah.
Thanks, Rosa. I'm going to share my screen for a brief PowerPoint presentation. Is this the right view?
You've got your presenter view up.
I'm sorry, there were a couple of people who talked at the same time.
You have your presenter view up.
Okay.
I do that all the time, no worries.
Let me try again, sorry about that. Here we go. There we go. I think that's the right view. All right, so as Rosa said, my name is Sarah Mlinarczyk. I'm Assistant Counsel in the General Counsel's Office, and here today to give you a brief update on Policy 501, the Student Conduct Code. First, I'd like to start by giving you a little bit of background on our review and revision process. We met with a diverse range of stakeholders from all over the system. All of the 7 campuses were included, the University of Maine Law School, as well as Board of Trustee members. We met with Chief Student Affairs Officers, the CSAOs, campus conduct officers, student representatives to the Board of Trustees. In addition, we worked to ensure that this policy is in alignment with Board of Trustee policies 314 and 402. 314 is the academic integrity policy, and 402 is the Title IX sexual harassment and sexual misconduct policy. And as Rosa mentioned, the code is reviewed at least every 3 years. Some of the goals of our review are to evaluate and update the document to make sure it is current with our policies and practices. And again, to do that, we incorporated feedback from our stakeholders that I've previously listed. While the University of Maine Law School has always been subject to the Student Conduct Code, this year I formally included them, listed them out as one of our institutions within the code, and made sure that they had representation in the review process moving forward. Another goal of the review is to mitigate legal and risk concerns. Some of the ways that we've done that are to enhance the due process, as well as create a structure that increases consistency. Another area that we worked in to make edits was including a section on rights, responsibilities, and consequences, and making a notation that those do apply equally to everyone under the code. Some key updates. As I just mentioned, we did add a section at the beginning of the code about students' rights and responsibilities. We aligned the academic misconduct violation definitions in accordance with Policy 314. We had a name change. Formerly, informal resolution has been renamed to an alternative resolution, and that section has also been built out and is more robust. We've included an administrative resolution section, and in our interim measures and actions section, we've added a hearing, and that is to align with case law out of the First Circuit. Another key update is our formal hearing process. In this version of the code, there are two initial hearing formats, a conduct officer hearing or a hearing board hearing. The conduct officer hearing is before one individual, and the hearing board hearing would be before a panel of people. There is language in the code to differentiate these two, but for example, a conduct officer hearing would be for a minor case that is not complex, and the hearing board hearing would be for cases that are much more complex, require a large investigation, as well as have severe consequences such as dismissal or suspension. If there is a right of appeal, excuse me, if there is a right of an appeal, then the first stage of an appeal would be to an appeal panel. And then if there is a right of an appeal after that, it would be towards a presidential appeal. Again, we've worked to align all of these practices and procedures to maintain consistency across the system, but also make sure to have discretion at the campus level. In response to the stakeholder feedback, some of the language we have added, again, is the students' rights and responsibilities. That was very, very important to our student representatives. Board of Trustee feedback allowed us to add some language to address what would happen if there are also criminal law implications. And the Chief Student Affairs Officers and Conduct Officer feedback led us to expand the informal resolution, now the alternative resolution, the addition of the administrative resolution section to allow us to manage very minor cases such as alcohol violations or NORS violations very quickly. And again, to maintain that discretion at the campus level, but make sure we are being consistent across all of the campuses within the system. And finally, as Rosa mentioned, we are currently undergoing a DEI review. Megan Clough and her team are performing that review, so at the next read, we may have some changes in regards to that. And I know myself or any of the team would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Sarah or for Rosa? Hearing none, I guess I would just note that in a recent discussion among a smaller group of us, we had a good discussion about the continuing due process concerns that attend student conduct proceedings generally and Title IX proceedings in particular. And this has been an issue, this has been a concern of trustees past and present, probably will be of trustees future. It's a very difficult balance to strike, but it's a very important balance to do our best at striking. And there will be continuing conversations going on through this next year, specifically around that question, based on some concerns that trustees have raised. But we're kind of hostage to the academic calendar to get this approved, and which we'll be asked to do in July, as I understand it. And for those issues that are still matters of concern to board members, we'll continue that discussion into the next year around this question of due process. And for any trustees who were part of that, did I fairly capture what that discussion was and where we're going? Trustee Cates.
Thank you, Chair. I think you did, and just to set the stage for perhaps some future discussions of the board, I'll be very brief. I think there were a number of us who had some concerns about what happens at one of the hearing boards when there's a serious charge of sexual misconduct. The respondent, who I'll call for these purposes the defendant who's accused of something, he or she is entitled to have an quote advisor unquote present. But the advisor's role under the conduct policies is generally very limited. Not allowed to make statements, can't make an opening or a closing or cross-examine any witnesses, and instead is there literally to whisper in the ear of or pass a note to the defendant. I think some of us feel that when there's a serious charge of sexual misconduct, it can have a tremendous effect on two people's lives. One is of course the victim or the alleged victim, and secondly is on the defendant, because if somebody goes through one of these hearings and is as a result expelled from school, I mean, good luck to that person with trying to have a good career going forward from there. So as the chair just pointed out, and as others have, it's a matter of how you strike the right balance. And some of us think that there is not enough due process afforded to the quote defendant unquote in those cases, particularly the right to cross-examination by a competent professional. So I appreciate the discussion we've had and the willingness of the group to reconvene and discuss these matters with an eye toward a possible change in this rule in the next academic year. And look forward to those discussions, but thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cates. Any others who were part of that discussion wish to comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll just add this, that I think Title IX, of course, what you described, Trustee Cates, is true if it's not a Title IX level violation, but if it's a Title IX level violation, then we have the new regulation from last year, which does afford a right of cross-examination. But what is and isn't Title IX is itself subject to a rather arbitrary line drawing. And that may be one of the concerns that we need to take a look at going forward. So a very complicated issue, and welcome your and other trustees' interest in it. If there's nothing else on that, then I think, and let me thank Sarah and Rosa for that, and we'll look forward to getting an update in committee and then at the July meeting. And then that leaves us with the ES&G discussion.
Thank you, Chair Irwin, and for your patience. I do see that Kelly and Jay have joined, and they are our investment advisors for the three university portfolios. And as you've heard during citizen comment here, the investment committee and staff have been having various conversations with students and other interested parties going back to 2013, including conversations about the fossil fuel divestment, as well as environmental, social, and governance investing. Positive outcomes of those conversations have included divesting of coal in 2015, as mentioned this morning, in the managed investment pool and the operating fund, and the adoption of an environmental, social, and governance approach to investing in the MEP. We've asked Kelly and Jay to join us today because there's been a lot of change, obviously, on the board and in the investment committee. We thought it would be helpful to hear some of that detailed history and to see where we are today. With that, I would invite Jay or Kelly or both to kick us off here today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Tracy, and good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me okay. Tracy, would you like me to share my screen with the presentation?
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, great. Hold on one second while I get this up and running. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, it's good to be here with you today. Today we're going to talk about, as Tracy mentioned, past discussions regarding what we'll call impact investing between the students, the investment committee, and NEPC. And as Tracy noted, there's been a lot of dialogue and education between the groups going back about 7 years or so. Starting here, we have a summary of some of the history from all the discussions that we've had. There's been a good amount of progress made around impact investing, and we're going to review those results with the group today. As noted here, and as Tracy mentioned as well, we started talking about fossil fuel divestment when the student groups recommended or asked the UMS to divest from fossil fuels. And just for everyone's knowledge, when we talk about fossil fuel divestment, we really think this is one form of impact investing, which we call negative screening. which actively removes securities from an investment portfolio. And over the last 7 years, we've talked about fossil fuel divestment, had many meetings between the student groups, the committee, and NEPC on this topic. From all those discussions, University of Maine system did make several decisions about impact investing, which we've summarized here. You divested from coal in 2015. And then in 2016, you adopted an environmental, social, and governance investment approach. We call this ESG. So you'll hear those letters a lot today in this presentation, which is really just the practice of incorporating ESG information into an investment decision, really to enhance risk-adjusted returns. The University of Maine system employs investment managers that use this ESG approach to really identify risks and opportunities when they evaluate companies to invest in, and really to invest in companies that are making efforts to have positive change. The University of Maine system also codified these decisions into the investment policy statement, which does have language around divestment from coal, as well as the ESG approach. When we look, this ESG approach has really reduced fossil fuel exposure. So that exposure that the student groups initially started the discussions around has been reduced through this ESG approach. And it's been reduced while also meeting the risk return goals of the University of Maine system. Just to note, the primary goal for the managed investment pool, or what we'll call the MIP, is to maximize total return with prudent investment management and prudent risk. And so it's important to work towards achieving this goal in order to support the university's financial objectives. Moving on to the next page, I mentioned that the University of Maine system uses this ESG approach, which really positively screens companies based on ESG criteria, rather than negatively screening out companies and opportunities. And as a result, this process attempts to exclude the worst offenders while still allowing the MIP to invest in companies that aligns with your long-term goals. And I think what you can see on this page here is that across the 3 portfolios, we have evaluated fossil fuel exposure going back to 2014 when these discussions were starting. And you can see in the 3 portfolios at that time, we had about a 6% allocation to fossil fuels in the MIP, about 4.5% allocation to fossil fuels in the pension, and 3.5% in the operating fund. And over about 6 years, you can see the reduction in fossil fuels has ranged by around 60% on average. It's been reduced by 60%, even more so in the endowment. It's been reduced by 70%. Today, when we look at the MIP, you have about 1.9% exposure to fossil fuels. In the pension, 1.9% as well, exposure to fossil fuels, and 1.3% exposed to fossil fuels in the operating fund. So certainly a sizable reduction just through this ESG approach, which not only looks at the environmental factors, but also social and governance factors as well. And so progress has been made on those areas too. Over the past years, we've incorporated investment managers to manage the portfolio's assets, and you can see some of the names listed down here across the portfolios. And then also noted down here at the bottom, and I think this is an important point to bring up, is that when we look across all 3 portfolios, there's about 23 distinct investment managers in the portfolios. And most of these managers, as shown down at the bottom, 21 of those 23 are what we call PRI signatories. And that really stands for the Principles of Responsible Investing. That's what PRI stands for. And the managers in your program really have signed on to do 6 principles of this PRI program, really to create a more sustainable financial system. And those 6 principles are to incorporate ESG in their investment analysis, to disclose on ESG, to promote ESG within the financial community, to work together, all the asset owners working together to enhance ESG in their process, and then to report on ESG progress. So 21 of your investment managers have signed on for this. It's also important to note that as your investment consultant, we are also signed on with the PRI. So there is a substantial amount of influence of ESG going on in your portfolios. Moving on to the history, we just have bullet pointed here for you, just a little bit more details on some of the history. I mentioned that the discussions began in 2013. We talked about what is fossil fuel divestment, what are the trends in this impact investing landscape, what are some options to divest from fossil fuels in the portfolios, what would the performance implications be with all that. Through all those discussions, in 2015, as noted, the University of Maine system elected to approve divestment of coal in the managed investment pool and operating fund. And that really impacted 2 of the investment managers that the system still employs today. In 2016, we continued those discussions around fossil fuel divestment with Divest UMaine and the investment committee. We talked about investment opportunities at that point in time, any operation challenges that comes with full divestment. We talked about return requirements, investment fees, process around this. So a lot of discussions and education on what this would look like, what it would mean for the University of Maine system. And then ultimately, as shown here in 2016, and I've already mentioned, you approved the ESG policy within the managed investment pool. You included the goals and objectives around it in your investment policy statement. And you really took all these discussions and said, what's best for the University of Maine system portfolios at this time is really to take more of a holistic approach and screen for best-in-class companies. Through this time since 2016 to currently, we continue to monitor fossil fuel exposure in the 3 portfolios, as you saw on the last slide. And we've also contracted with third parties, such as an organization called MSCI, to really do a deep dive into the managed investment pool's holdings and look at this ESG approach that is being utilized. So a lot of work has been done. It doesn't stop in 2016 when this was approved. We continue to work towards this goal and monitor the goal. So as we laid out today, the University of Maine system has made great efforts through this ESG approach to really reduce fossil fuel exposure. Today, as I mentioned, the MIP has a 1.9% exposure to fossil fuels, which is a 70% decrease over 6 years. But here on this page, we lay out some ideas and steps that would need to be considered in a full divestment approach. So starting at the top here, about 70% of the MIP's fossil fuel exposure really is attributed to the equity holdings. In the managed investment pool, there are 9 equity managers diversified across regions, capitalizations, and styles that the MIP invests in. And if you were to look to go to the full divestment approach, what would that mean? One option would be to consolidate those 9 managers into maybe 2 strategies to really access an investment vehicle where you can set guidelines and give those managers guidelines on how you would like them to invest. Through this approach, it would be important to evaluate fees, diversification, and any performance impact on moving to this approach. Another approach within the equity allocation would be to look at those 9 current investment managers that you have today and replace them with fossil fuel-free mandates that are available by investment managers. Again, it would be important to look at the due diligence process of these investment managers and really look at them from a quantitative and qualitative aspect, look at performance implications, fees, and really the availability of product out there. And then lastly, it's not a very large portion of the fossil fuel exposure, but there is exposure within the MIP's fixed income and alternative asset classes that the MIP invests in, or what we would call the risk-reducing asset classes. Here, there are fewer manager options to really have a fossil fuel-free type product. So it's not as robust as the equity universe. And then we think it's very important to still maintain this exposure to fixed income and alternatives for really risk reduction, risk return goals, into meeting your long-term objectives. So overall, the University of Maine Systems made great efforts to impact investing through this ESG approach. We think the approach has been thoughtful, and we are happy that the approach has reduced fossil fuel exposure, but also been mindful of governance and social exposure through the investment managers. And most importantly, it's really maintained the risk and return goals to meet UMS's financial obligations. So we're very happy with the ESG approach and the results that we shared with you earlier in the presentation. So I will stop there and see if there's any questions from the group.
Questions for Kelly?
I have a couple of related questions.
Yes, go ahead, Beth.
Do you have any idea what the dollar value of the current fossil fuel holdings is? That's the first question. And the second question is, what is the rate of return on fossil fuel holdings, and how does that compare to other investments made in these funds?
Sure. So the dollar amount of the fossil fuel exposure would be about roughly, 7-8 million or so, the managed investment pool.
And you said that we need to look at risk and return. What is a return?
So it depends on the asset class. Just to note, for large cap US equities or the S&P 500, over the last 5 years, and I don't have the exact numbers right in front of me, but over the last 5 years, the S&P 500, excluding fossil fuels, has done slightly better than the S&P 500 that includes fossil fuels. And again, that is very dependent on what the energy markets are doing. So if energy is doing very well, as we have seen recently in 2021, that will be beneficial to the S&P 500 index versus the one without fossil fuel. So it goes in cycles as well.
Thank you.
Other questions? Well, seeing none, I thank you, Kelly, for joining us and providing that overview. I think it was particularly helpful for newer trustees and also those of us who weren't, although we were around, we weren't involved in the investment committee when this process took place back when I think Trustee Turner was chairing the committee. So it's good to get an update and refresher. We appreciate it. And unless there's anything else, I think we are at the end of our agenda. Am I correct? Where's our clerk? Eleanor, am I correct?
I think there's one more item, Chair Irwin, the remarks from the new chair.
Yeah, well, I'm getting to that. Okay, so since we're at the end, I just wanted to say a couple of things and then turn it over to the new chair. And I wanted to just express my gratitude to the board for the opportunity to have served as chair and for the trust that you and your predecessors have given me over the last 4 years. This has been and continues to be a very consequential time in public higher education. We've moved the university system substantially toward becoming the nimble, integrated, student-focused enterprise our students in our state need it to be. And I know our newer members and our new board leadership embrace and will continue these efforts, which remain urgent priorities for Maine students and the Maine economy. And Chancellor Malloy, I want to thank you for your kind comments earlier today. It has been a real pleasure working with you and with your entire team these last 2 years. So again, thanks to you all. I'm not leaving. You're not rid of me altogether, but you won't have to listen to me anymore at these meetings. And with that, I'm going to congratulate Trustee Gardner on becoming the new chair essentially right now and hand it over to him.
Thank you, Jim, and particularly thank you to the board. I'm humbled and honored to be your chair for the upcoming year. But Jim, I want to personally thank you. I've really enjoyed learning some of the role under you as the vice chair. And I hope to be as dedicated and put in as much of your energy and heart into the system as you have. It's just amazing. You've done a lot of very, very important and good things for the system. And as how things go, we've got to keep on moving ahead, and I'm sure we'll do that. The long range planning team that you kicked off, Jim, this past a little more than a year ago, we need to keep that going. I'd like to have you continue to kind of spearhead that for us, and we'll keep that kind of moving along. I know that we've worked very closely with the chancellor and his team, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. I know it's been a tremendous year of hard work by everybody in the system, and I'm just amazed and impressed with the quality of the work and the outcome of this past year against the backdrop of the pandemic. Hopefully, as we move into this new year, it's in our rearview mirror and we can get back to normal. We'll talk between now and July. Right now, I assume, I don't know, Alan, have we put out anything on the July meeting in terms of whether it's in person or going to be Zoom or anything like that yet?
That has not been determined yet.
Yeah, we'll have, working with the chancellor and his team, we'll figure that out as we move closer. I suspect it'll probably be Zoom this next one. That may not be, but hopefully we can get back to meeting in person as we move through the year here. With that, thanks for the vote, and looking forward to working with Jim Donnelly as the vice chair and all the current chairs of the different committees. Thanks, everybody. And with that, I
get to say we're adjourned.
We're adjourned. And see you all in over the next few months in July.